Sandra all the time is here with the cold hard truth. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. Tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama, call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra. And
That's right, folks. Everyone is telling their mama about the cold hard truth. Welcome to another episode with more truth-telling, more problem-solving, and of course, more tea spilling than ever before. Sit back, students, grab your tea and turn up the volume because class is now in session. Call in at 936-2626 because your voice matters. Share your opinion on issues that matter the most to you.
Sandra all the time is here with the cold hard truth. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. Tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama, call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra. And
That's right, folks. Everyone is telling their mama about the cold hard truth. Welcome to another episode with more truth-telling, more problem-solving, and of course, more tea spilling than ever before. Sit back, students, grab your tea and turn up the volume because class is now in session. Call in at 936-2626 because your voice matters. Share your opinion on issues that matter the most to you. Good morning, K-Man. Happy Thursday. How's everybody doing? Everybody's good. Rise and shine, I say. I feel like you guys are so slow today. You want me to play that Get Up song. You know which one. Don't make Auntie play it. Yes, I see y'all lagging behind. Who's ready for the Get Up song? Ready? 1, 2. I know you guys are like, no, wake up.
Everybody wake up! Wake up! Everybody wake up! Wake up! Open your eyes! Jump out of bed! Open your eyes, jump out of bed. If you're on the bottom bunk, don't bump your head. Ow. Everybody wake up! Wake up! Everybody wake up! Wake up! Find your shoes. Find your sock. Find your shoes. Find your other sock. Don't hit the snooze on your alarm clock. Everybody wake up! Wake up! 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 Toothbrush, toothpaste, now wash your face. Roll out, sound off. It's time to get get up, you gotta get up. It's time to get up this morning.
All right, everybody up now? You guys are like, please, 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 please don't play it again. Well, the only question I have is, are you guys up? Instagram people, DJ Crazy, are you up? Wake up, folks. Yes. Your mom needs to play that in the morning to get y'all out the door. By the way, speaking of out the door, where are my glasses? I wouldn't put my glasses down somewhere. Oh, well. Good thing I don't need them for looking at the screen. Not yet. Well, maybe the optometrist would disagree with me. They're like, yeah, you need reading glasses, child. I'm like, no, I don't. Don't you hate it when somebody is like telling you about one more thing that makes you know that you're that much older? Not reading glasses. Mm-hmm. All right, so we're still trying to figure out the whole light situation. Ugh. I don't know. I need a different stand for the light. What can I tell you? It actually needs to be closer, but it's a bit heavy for this stand. What to do? All right. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Let me see who's in class this morning. Roll call. Evelyn, Melita. You guys are getting all stars next to your name. Diamond Princess, Cayman Kind. Look at that. She's going to get a double star for positive messages. Patricia Blake, Damaris from NYC, Everton, Dee Dee, Stephanie Brooks getting an A+. Paul getting an A++. Lizette, good morning. Miss Alba, buenos dias. Miss Pat, ¿cómo estás? Greg is here. He's like, yes, play it. We need to get up. Oh my goodness. All right. Let me see. Hold on. Danielle, good morning. She says, I'm here. Good morning, all. Yes, good. Jennifer, Andrew, Everton says it's hard to get up after getting COVID shot and a flu shot under the weather. Oh, man. Well, if it's any consolation, I just got my vaccine for, what's it called again? Shingles. And that one is painful. Man, you can still see the injection area is a little bit swollen and red, but hey, we got to suck it up and do what we got to do, honey chow. Got to stay healthy. Good morning, Miss Jackie. Nadelvia, good morning. Barbara, good morning to you. Sherry, hello. Tuning in from New York. Hello, Nueva York. Good morning. Julia, Hannah is in the house. Felipe is here. Patricia Ryan is like, I'm here. Oh, they put those two in a single shot for you. Yeah. They can combine vaccines. I didn't really think about it. Until recently when I went in, I got my hepatitis A. You got to keep up with these things now. I got tetanus and something else. And she put those all into one. And she's like, hold that arm, honey, chill. I was like, oh. But that one wasn't as painful as the shingles. I got to tell you the truth. Shingles is painful. Oh, my God. All right. Although I must admit that this one isn't as bad as the last time. So, get it done. And when I say painful, you know what I mean. Like a little injection soreness. It's nothing to be afraid of. I'm not trying to scare you all away. I want you to get vaccinated. I'm actually going to do a little PSA about the importance of vaccines. We're traveling halfway around the world. And so the hepatitis A was important. I was like, do I need Hep B? Tell me Hep C. Tell me what I need to get now, honey child. Hep B isn't needed for where we're going. But, you got to make sure you keep up with these things. I'm going to tell you. There's a story circulating this morning that's a little bit scary that should remind all of us when you travel, you got to be careful. Not everywhere in the world has, first class healthcare or first class handling of food and all this kind of stuff. So one of the things that the good old nurse told me was no street food, no street vendors. Don't be curious about what's on the street. Eat in proper hotels and proper restaurants and stuff. Because hygiene might be a problem when it comes to eating street food. And because of the seasoning and stuff, you don't really know. Sometimes it's bad and you can't tell because they just flavored it up with seasoning. And you can't see and smell bacteria and stuff anyway. So you know what I'm saying? You just got to be careful. Well, you can if it's really bad, but a lot of times you can't see it. So yes, honey child, no salads, no raw food. We ain't gonna go have sushi in the street corner. No, no, no. So you got to be careful with these things, my darlings. All righty. But it's important to keep up with your relevant vaccine. So I'm thinking I might get the COVID one again. I've lost count now how many times I've had it, but it's still going around, and your comorbidity doesn't change if you're fat like me. That means that you're in the obese category. That is a comorbidity, folks. So we don't want to be getting sick around here. Mhm. So yes, I'm looking for one little thing on Amazon this morning. Oh, so expensive. Y'all just be seriously. What y'all be trying to do to people? We need a sale price. We need a coupon this morning. My God, these things be so expensive. No, sir. All right, we're gonna decide if we need to really, really get this or not. Hmm. Wow, that price kind of hurt my heart this morning. No coupons? What? Okay, and then they're gonna charge me for the mount separate? Lord Jesus. Pole mount set. Ay, 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 caramba. What a hot mess. Okay. Let me see what the bottom of this pole mount looks like. Uh-huh. Oh man, it's that one again. I feel like I have that one already. All right. Okay. We can't purchase this one quite yet because we need to double check something. Can't repurchase what we already have. All right. So listen, to those of you those of you who were lucky enough yesterday to get one of the suction, what's the proper name for them? The suction devices. Congratulations. You can go and collect it at you can go and all right, so you can go and collect it at DMS Broadcasting. Somebody said this morning, oh, which radio station again? I'm like, you guys are kidding me. You don't know which radio station the show's on? You don't know it's Bobo 89.1? That alone should be canceling your that's the door. That alone should be canceling your thingamajig. Sure. I was like, seriously, are you people kidding me right now? You don't know that this is Bobo 89.1. Y'all have not been paying attention in class. Like, seriously. All right. All right, give me 1 second here. So it turns out that I actually had 4 of them, but I'm sorry, we had more than 4 people asking. But it's first come, first serve, luck of the draw. And so everybody wanted one, as it turns out. I mean, I had no idea. There was only one of the exact one that I have. And so there's one of this, and then there was 4 other models that that we had gotten. So yeah. So anyway, it's a great little device. I tell you what, I really felt a lot better yesterday after having used it. So I think I will be putting it on again this morning on my neck. Because, yeah, when I wake up in the morning, I'm still like, oh, my God. Yes, honey, chill. Cupping is what we're calling it. So yeah, we got, there was one that is like a, they all have heat in them, which is good, but one has red light therapy for pain relief, 12 levels of temperature and suction. And then, I mean, these are good little devices. They're like, 50, $60. Now, this one that I used was a little bit more. I didn't even realize that this one was at the price point it was. I was kind of wondering, did I get it on sale or was I not really paying attention to the price? But this one's over $100. But I tell you what, it really helps. So you can't put price on pain relief, And when you think about, okay, how many times am I going to go to the doctor for this thing and then have that price go up? If you use this often enough, I dare say it is well worth the price. Can't put a price on your health and comfort. Good morning to Inspiring. Julia is in the house. Wow, there's a vaccine for shingles now. My lovely Julia, please allow me to encourage you to go and get it. Apparently, there's been a vaccine for shingles for a long time. And if you're over 50, you're eligible to get it. I don't know why 50, because apparently you can get shingles, obviously, if you're not 50, but I guess your risk exponentially increases at that age. But here's the thing, Julia, depending on your age, so if you're not over 50, you can't get the shingles vaccine. But what you can do for the younger folks is you can get the chickenpox vaccine. And if you've never had chickenpox, you get the chickenpox vaccine. That's 2 shots, just like shingles vaccine. It means that you will never get chickenpox and you'll never get shingles. So then you don't have to get the shingles vaccine. Who knew? I didn't even know all this stuff. Because, when I was young, they didn't have the chickenpox vaccine. I think that came in the late 90s or something. So they didn't have it yet. And I already had chickenpox. I forget what age I was when I caught it. I remember the first spot was actually right on the tip of my nose. The scar, believe it or not, is still there. I can still feel it. You'd have to look really, really closely to see it. But I can feel it. It was right on the tip of my nose. I got one scar right there. And then I had one scar right in my cleavage area. And those were like the 2 first spots that I got. And those were the only 2 scars. Like the rest of the lesions, whatever you call them, eventually went away. But yeah, that wasn't fun either. All right. Andy joining us from La Ceiba. Buenos dias, Andy. How was La Ceiba this morning? Robert G is here. Perla getting the A+ this morning for attendance. Perla says, Sandy, did you see the video of the 2 bigger boys beating up the smaller boy in Jamaica? This video is viral. Unfortunately, I did see it. I saw it yesterday. And there's certain things that really make me angry. I mean, really make me angry. And, the truth of the matter is, I don't feel like I get angry that often. I don't get angry enough. I feel like I should be getting angry more. I get annoyed by a lot, but not really angry. When I saw that video, Perla, that pissed me straight off. I got to tell you, that little kid looks so small. And for those bigger kids to be beating up on him, I wish he knew some kung fu and could have just kicked them in the gonads. This is why you got to teach your kids a little something about defending themselves, because these children be out here, they're not even, I feel like I don't even want to call them children. They're worse than animals. They're I don't even know what they are, but they're a product of their environment. So I also feel a little bit of sympathy for them. And the horrible thing about it is apparently a teacher walked by, saw this situation before it really got bad and did nothing about it. I mean, you see 2 kids ganging up on a little kid in the corner. I would have thought all teachers would have been like, hey, I need to diffuse this situation. Apparently the teachers are scared themselves. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Auntie Sandy. How are you doing?
Not bad, dear. How are you?
I am well. I go and say like when my son say, can you borrow me a little time on your radio this morning? I need to air out my grievances. It might take me a minute or 2 to get it across. But I was happy to leave well enough alone until there was an accusation of me. I responded to a comment in a particular social media group. And after voicing my concerns and responding to the comment in that group, I was accused of being a xenophobe and a racist. Just to give a little background to the Cliff Note version, to give content to my comments, because I'm respond to that lady. There was a post in a particular group where a lady was expressing her frustration of not being able to find employment in Cayman. She also went on to say that she's an expat, dependent on her husband's work permit, and suffers from a neurological disorder which causes seizures. I completely sympathize and empathize with her illness. However, the issue that I have is people coming to this country, understanding the laws at play, particularly surrounding employment, immigration dependence, and the like. Her comments I was a little confused initially because her initial comment gave the idea that she was a student. I'm not, nor was I aware that students were allowed to work. She clarified she's a dependent, and that would allow her to work and get her own work permit. I followed that up by saying, I am disgusted by the current laws on our books that allow people to represent as though they're coming to this country as dependents. The law and the application process for a work permit is set up as such that when you are a dependent on a work permit, there's a particular financial threshold. I think that amount of money is a joke, but you have to represent that you are financially able of taking care of that person. It is, albeit the law does not exclude that dependent from ever applying for employment, I think it is very disingenuous of these work permit holders who make a representation that this person is a dependent, and the minute they reach the airport, they're job hunting. Our local employment market is already saturated. There are Caymanians out here who can't get a job within that same post. There was a Caymanian young lady who said she had applied for 25 places. Not one person in that group said to her, I'm a recruiter. Send me your resume. But they were all up in arms because I decided to say, I thought that this was disingenuous. I thought it was dishonest, but I was very clear that was my opinion.
Hold on a second. I think we might have another caller who wants to join in. Hold on. We can do 3-way and 4-way and all kind of stuff. Good morning, caller. Just hang tight while this caller completes her thoughts, and you can jump in if you'd like.
Yeah, sure. So I made it very clear that I thought that my sentiments were my opinion and how I felt that these things were being looked at and treated. The comments went on, but within that same conversation, she went on to make it abundantly clear that she did not need to work. She wanted to work. There are many Caymanians who a job is a necessity, not a luxury, a necessity. I would love the opportunity to stay at home, cook my meals, help my community, take care of my children. I would love that opportunity. It's just not a reality for me. Having a job here is a necessity for me. And the fact that you make light of or somehow, think that you're entitled is the way it came across to me. And then
right, let me one second. Let me read the comment, because there's got to be people who perhaps don't have social media who are completely lost at what you're talking about. So let's read the post. And also let me be very clear that it was the women's group in Cayman. We're not going to beat around the bush on this, because there are some issues and concerns around this group. And, it's unfortunate that a lot of the women in the women's group don't recognize the reality of how Caymanians view that group. And so the comments that I'm going to make this morning isn't meant to insult anybody. If you take insult to it, well, that would be your personal issue. It's really to educate you that group, although it offers, I think, a very good service where people can go and ask questions, and women in particular can have a safe space to ask questions and interact and whatever, there is this divide in the group with Caymanians versus expat women. And I think that the people who operate the Women's in Cayman group are, for lack of a better word, culturally unaware. If they just don't have a clue. But here's the comment the person wrote, and I've purposely taken out her name because I don't want her to feel like we're coming after her. But it said, delete if not allowed. And they have actually rules about different things, selling of things, looking for jobs, different stuff. And I can tell you that in a lot of instances, there is content that is removed that doesn't fit the criteria of the group. And to the best of my knowledge, you're not supposed to be looking for jobs in the group. You're not supposed to be requesting like donations, or, they try to keep it they've got a whole set of rules that when you sign up for the group that you need to be cognizant of. But I realize that things slip through the rules all the time. And when they slip through the rules, 99% of the time, it's going to be a non-Caymanian who gets the pass. And so even that to me is very, very telling and very interesting. And I think, again, the women's group administrators appear to be insensitive to these types of things, and they shouldn't be, because a lot of Caymanians talk to me all the time about the discrepancies in this group. So here's what this person says: delete if not allowed. I'm at my wit's end trying to find a job here. I never hear back from any applications, and it's starting to wear on me. Why is it hard for me to find a job? Aside from the work permit details, I have a neurological disorder that causes seizures. For 3 years, I've been trying to find any job. Not disclosing my seizures is a liability, and I would prefer to be honest. Aside from that, I'm a people person with experience in customer service and reception. Plus more, but I'm not going to post my whole resume here, laughing out loud. Currently, I'm a student at UCCI, trying to get a degree in social sciences. I'm eager to learn and dedicated to whatever I work on. I'm a very hard worker. I just ... need a chance. I don't know what else to do or who else to turn to. Now, let's be clear. Had this been a Caymanian posting this, I would actually see nothing wrong with this. The issue here is this is a non-Caymanian who has admitted since she arrived on island 3 years ago that she's been looking for work from day one. So what that says to me, and to your point, caller,
is that you
that
have
this
no
couple,
intention of ever remaining a dependent?
well, yeah, that this couple applied for dependency status. And for those of you who don't understand what that means, essentially what that is one spouse says that I make enough money to support me and my dependents. And if it's just one person, if it's 5 people, they're supposed to be able to show financials, bank account statements, and so on to immigration to prove that they can do that. Now, when you say financial support, that should mean everything, right? So that should mean your medical bills, because she goes on and talks about the fact that she has, a neurological disorder and that she doesn't want to be dependent on her husband and she's got high insurance costs. I'm like, didn't you know all of that?
You signed up for by virtue of being a dependent. That is what you signed up for. The laws at hand in this country, when you are a dependent, it doesn't just mean you're going to buy them a meal and give them somewhere to live. It means that you are responsible. You have signed effectively a contract with the government stating that I will be responsible for this person. I will provide for this person, not just financially. I will take care of her, for lack of a better word, or to give some context to it. This person is effectively kind of like your thing, your property, your child. You have to take care of in every sense of the word. They're required to provide health insurance for this person. They're required to provide them with housing. I will say this is not a work permit / dependent problem. This is a legislative problem, and the laws on the books need to change. I think it is very, very not just disingenuous, outright disgusting that we have people who come here and represent to be dependents, and by the time they land, they've landed a job. They've landed a job, yet we have a Caymanian who has applied to 25 jobs and can't get a call back. But we have someone who has emphatically stated in that group she does not need to work. Her husband makes enough to support her. She wants to work because she doesn't want to be a burden. Well, I had a peruse through her social media page, and it appears she's from the U.S. If she went home, she would be the responsibility of her country. It would be incumbent on them to take care of her. It would be incumbent on them to provide her with a disability check, with an unemployment check. Stop burdening my already burdened country with your problems. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be insensitive. I don't. But I am sorry. I am not anti anybody. I have a lot of expatriate friends, but they know that where I draw the line is my love for my people and my country. My people. And when I say my people, I mean Caymanians. Always will, always will, always will come first. And she clearly does not even understand what xenophobia is or what racist is. I made no mention of her nationality. I made no mention of her color. I made no mention that could be even remotely construed as racist. So her remarks are completely baseless and absolutely untrue. But this is the response that we get from these people, expatriate, when we dare to say, hold up, pump brakes, this is Cayman. It must serve Cayman and Caymanians first. You do get a chance to get a shot at what is left. And I dare say what is left, because we have been left behind. We are being left behind. We are second-class citizens here. It's like the nursery rhyme. There was 3 in the bed and the little one said, roll over. We're always rolling over. We're ending up on the floor. We have nowhere to go. We have nowhere to go. Everybody that comes here wants to stay here and are behaving as though they've come from nowhere. But we are in the same position, but to get on a group and publicly air your stuff out, the ungratefulness within that post and the entitlement just absolutely disgusts me. And then to call me a xenophobe, if being pro-Caymanian makes me a xenophobe, then I will wear that cape very proudly. Okay. Very proudly.
Leave me
but
there.
I am and will always be pro-Caymanians. I'll leave you there.
Thank you very much. Yes, I mean, listen, this is to me very, very simple. And as I was reading the comments, of course, I had the option of, on the one hand, reading the comments and really paying attention, or I had the option of, as this caller did, she didn't identify herself, so I won't call her name, but as this caller did, I have the option of popping off in the comment section, and I chose not to do that because I really wanted to gather more information. Sometimes, as they say, you get more bees with honey. And this was an information gathering post for sure. And it was very, very interesting to see how other people reacted to the situation and the comments that other people had to make. Good morning, caller.
Morning, Sandra. How are you?
Morning, not bad. How you doing?
I'm good. I understand what that caller is saying, and she's 100% right. But there's some clarification needed here. If you're dependent on your husband's permit, how is it that you're a student? You should have a student visa. That student visa does not allow you to work. So you can have a student visa, you cannot have a work permit.
This is where the situation was getting a little bit confusing. I think what she did is, and I suppose it depends on what you actually apply for first. So she would have come here and applied for a dependency status. And then once you're dependent, I'm assuming you can go to school if you so wish, because the primary thing that you're doing here, you're not just a student, but you're a dependent of your spouse. So I guess there are situations where you can pick and choose a little bit which of those things that you're doing. So I don't think there's anything in law, and it wouldn't make sense for you to be a dependent and turn around and also have to apply for a student visa, right? So your primary status on island is that of a dependent. Obviously, the husband put in her dependent application. And then in her free time, if she wants to go to school or she wants to volunteer or whatever, I guess she can do that. I don't know if the law then requires her to be like on a part-time status for school. There was a lot, like I said, I had a choice, and my choice was to sit back and gather information because there was a lot of confusion in her original post and her original statement. And there were times when she clearly contradicted herself when she sought to clarify what was actually happening. For example, when she says that she doesn't have to work, she wants to work. It's like, okay, but you applied for and was granted dependency status under your husband. There has to be an understanding in the law that when you come under that section of the immigration law, that means that you have no desire or need being first. So you have no need or desire to be gainfully employed in this country.
Correct.
Otherwise, you should have come in under the work permit regime and gotten a work permit of your own.
That is correct. But then again, that dependency fund then needs to be reviewed because $3,500, I believe it is. I know someone in particular that is a specialist in eyebrow waxing, eyebrow threading, and whatnot, an Indian national. So, I mean, I want to know how is it that she was granted PR, one. Two, she has brought her mother, father, and her 2 children as a dependent on her on her PR. I need $3,500 can't support a whole family.
No. Let me explain this part in the law. It's $3,500, but it increases when you have more dependents. So
yeah, but now this is common sense here. We know a person that works in a beauty salon doing eyelashes, eyebrows, and whatnot is not going to always pull in $3,500 or more a month. So
they're supposed to be in a position to actually prove that to immigration. So if immigration isn't ensuring that,
are you talking about the team immigration? I think we're talking about the team immigration, the ones that are incompetent. Some of them that don't know what they're doing. Them themselves breaking the rules here. Should we start naming them out that are breaking the rules? Maybe that would assist us more.
Well, I mean, the authorities definitely need to know any rule breakers, including their own officers. But yeah, I think that
follow the rules.
Yeah, I know for a fact that it's not just $3,500 as a flat rate. It increases when you have more dependents.
I'll leave it there.
Thank you, my dear. Thanks, Ron. I've tried to boost up the audio. Hopefully that has helped. But yeah, this is it is a very peculiar and interesting situation. And the truth of the matter is there's a lot of, confusing things that the individual had to say. Caller?
Morning. I was also on the post, right? And here's the thing. Expatriates, work permit holders, non-Caymanians that come here, they have to understand that because I love my Caymanian people and I put them first, does not mean that I hate you. Because, like the other caller said, I have many. As a matter of fact, I think I have more expat friends than local friends, as bad as that sounds. But as the caller said, they know how I feel when it comes to job opportunities, etc., etc. And all we were trying to say is that, yes, we understand your situation. We empathize. However, you have to understand how offensive and how entitled your posts sound.
Yeah.
When I know, personally know Caymanians living in less than ideal houses, house with no electricity, no running water, because both parents can't gain employment or because they are underemployed. How are we supposed to feel about that? We already have to compete with work permit holders. Now we have to compete in a job market with their dependents as well. It's not fair and it's not right. And I'm not saying that I hate expats when I say that. I'm saying I love my Caymanians, and in Grand Cayman, in the Cayman Islands, Caymanians should always come first. And that's not happening. And we are fed up and we are tired and we are hurt.
Yep. And I mean,
Thank you.
thank you so much, caller. And every single expatriate that comes here comes from a country that has immigration laws. I can assure you of that. I remember many years ago, I had a friend, Nicole. She's Canadian, and she was here. Married a Caymanian for a hot minute. Had several kids with him. Unfortunately, that relationship didn't work out because he was a real piece of POS. And she had to end up leaving the Cayman Islands, but at one point she was going through some of her Cayman immigration related documents and stuff like that. She's like, oh my God, this is so hard. I said, you know what? I looked at her and I said, you know what is so funny? I've never seen immigration documentation that is more straightforward and easy and inexpensive than what you have here in Cayman. I said, I went through some of it as someone who acquired US residency. And I know it took two plus years and listen to this now, 2+ years and a preferred category to even get an appointment for your residency. There's long wait periods. There's tons of paperwork. Like, paperwork is so complicated that most people hire attorneys to try to do it for them. And it can be very, very expensive. I said the process here in Cayman is relatively inexpensive. It's straightforward. It's not complicated in any way. I said the only reason that you now find this overwhelming, you're like, oh my God, is because you've never had to deal with it before. You have the benefit of having only lived in a country where you were a citizen of that country. And that meant that you never had to think about immigration. You've never had to fill out immigration paperwork. It wasn't a big deal. But in your country, if you had to deal with your immigration, agencies, you would think that this was a walk in the park here in the Cayman Islands. So it's all about perspective. And so that women's group in Cayman, I think, really needs some adjustments to be made. They're tone deaf when it comes to being a Caymanian and Caymanian culture. Caller, good morning.
Morning, Auntie Sandy. It's Johan. How's it going?
Morning. Good. How are you?
Interesting discussion. Just let me start off by saying, not everybody that comes here effectively wants to understand Caymanians. They want to be here for their own personal, financial, or selfish reasons. So the investment in understanding the people that you live amongst, the culture, our way, the systems, just isn't there. And I'm making that point to start off with, not to be offensive or rude, but there are too many people that come here, and it's too easy to get a work permit, to get permanent residency, to get Caymanian status without any of those people truly knowing any native multi-generational Caymanian or understanding our way, our customs, our history, or anything. Because if it wasn't so simple, they would perhaps invest in understanding who we are, how we operate, and what good manners is. However, there are too many people from various countries throughout the world that live in their bubble. So I'm just going to use an example. How many people you know that recently got PR or status? No 10 Caymanians have, I'm talking Caymanians like us, because yes, getting a grant of status makes you Caymanian, but I'm talking about the people that you came and found here, the people that can trace their roots back multiple generations and so on and so forth. There are people that live in Cayman that just assume, I got a work permit, so my work permit automatically means that if I stick around long enough, I'm going to graduate to the PR stage of being in Cayman. And they assume that having a job means that you'll get to stay here for as long as you want to, because they decided they wanted to stay in Cayman. And I say all of that to say this: Caymanians have it hard, but we are still a fortunate people. Cayman is a beautiful country where we have a collection and a mixture of people that have lived together and have figured it out. There are a set now that have come here, and I'm going to say post-Ivan, whereby they live in pockets and they really don't have respect, some of them, and they share that contempt about Cayman and Caymanians, and the system still rewards them by giving them the PR, by giving them the status. I would like to see immigration reform, significant immigration reform, whereby if you are giving a reference for somebody for Caymanian status, you have to be interviewed, so that we can ask you some questions of how you know them, how long you know them, what are they like, how long have you been friends, what makes you think that they're deserving of it. And you go through the exercise, because once you get Caymanian status, the first thing out of somebody's mouth is, well, I'm Caymanian now. So they think it's really then acceptable to show their true colors and to be rude, to undermine, and to be disrespectful. One thing that truly pisses me off, why do you guys eat turtle? Because it's our culture and it's what we do. Oh my God, that's disgusting. Yeah, you should keep that thought to yourself. Really and truly. Nobody ever asked you if you wanted to eat turtle or why you don't eat turtle, but they feel that comfortable. And I'm using a very, very simple example to say how they can just be what they want to be. And we laugh it off. And then Caymanians, they go in the corner and they go, boy, John's a real idiot. And I think John is a racist. Tell John he's a racist to his face. And when John comes to you and asks you for a reference or anything, tell John to kiss your ass, because you're not doing it.
We're on the radio, sir.
We're not 9:30 yet? My God, sorry.
Come off my phone talking about if it's not 9:30 yet.
No, sorry. It's 9:20. Sorry, I looked at it wrong. But
8:20, Johan. 8:20 in the morning.
Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry. Sorry. I did that wrong. Apologies to everybody. But the point that I'm making is, if our elected leaders understood how Caymanians are being overwhelmed, how Caymanians are being replaced, and don't get me wrong, not every Caymanian is a hardworking person, not every Caymanian is a saint, but at least we're home in Cayman. We cannot build a country by just giving status to everybody, especially when those people demonstrate that they're not really checking for you. They will deal with you because it's convenient, but how many of them truly are about integration, about playing with your kid and my kid and coming to my house and me going to their house and showing a level of interaction and respect for the people that they found here. Now, let me just say this. There are some fantastic people that have gotten Caymanian status. This is where they want to be, and they've earned our respect by integrating with us, living amongst us, and understanding us. But we need to stop this thing whereby any and everybody gets PR, any and anybody gets status, and we need a national plan that says how we build the country, a growth management plan whereby I hear a number of, we want to get to 100,000, we want to get to 150,000 people. Well, we're obviously not going to get there by Caymanians having that many children overnight, because that's a long process. But we need to understand that if you grow the country by giving out PR and status to Caymanians, that is going to cause an issue, because there's a generation of Caymanian, you and I might talk about things, but there are other Caymanians younger than us, multi-generational Caymanians, that are not going to accept the level of disconnect, disrespect, and the way that people choose to deal with you in your own country. Because for many Caymanians, we don't have anywhere else to go. Anybody else that applies for Caymanian PR, Caymanian status, they have a choice. When times get hard, they got somewhere else to go. So it is imperative that the elected government, whether it be this one or the next one, understand, if you are not looking after your people first, you are failing your people. And if on the campaign trail in 2025, somebody can't say to you what their position is on immigration reform, don't trust them, because there are too many politicians that sell out. They don't want to offend businesses. They don't want to offend big businesses, because those businesses fund the campaigns. But if I got to live in a country where somebody's going to look at me and mine, and granted, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but I'm no fool either. I treat you with respect until you show me you don't deserve it, and then I do that thing that I do. But there are too many of us that are Caymanians that are met where they just don't respect us, because they have a very generic view that all Caymanians are lazy, all Caymanians are stupid, all Caymanians are incompetent. That is not the case. But you don't get to say that about us. You don't get to do that to us when you're trying to become Caymanian in our own country. And that's why we need immigration reform now, not next year. We need to know, and we need to have a national debate about how we build a country, the total population we want to get to, because you got to build more schools, more hospitals, more roads, if you get to the point where you're letting this thing open for any and everybody, and there's a cost to that. But if you aren't protecting your own people, why are you in this business of governance and looking after and claiming to look after Caymanian people? So I'll leave you there, and great observations, some good points by callers. But Caymanians, let's be united on this. We are not going to be second class anymore in our country. And anybody that basically steps out of line and is disrespectful to you and yours, every Caymanian needs to rally around you, because we wouldn't be allowed to do that in Canada, US, England. Listen, you got people from countries that don't interact with Caymanians on something like religion. Well, this is a church just for this one, and this is a church out for that one. If you got to get to the point where you are forming a church just for your countrymen, and God is about love and acceptance and unity, there's something wrong with this picture, you know. And I'm not a man that goes to church, but I know that much about religion. You see what I'm saying? So I'll leave you there with that. Cayman for Caymanians, and all of those that have become Caymanians need to rally with us, work with us, love us, and be as accepting of us as we have been of you, so that we can build a better Cayman for all. I'll leave you there.
Morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Morning.
Morning.
So I'd like to kick off the immigration debate. I believe that we should put a cap on the number of people who can gain Caymanian status. And the formula should look something like it not being able to issue more than, let's just use a fictitious figure of, let's say, 5% of the net change in the Caymanian population. So if we have, say, 500 births, we have 100 deaths, we have a net change of 400. 5% of 400 is the maximum number of people in a year that could, not saying that it should. It's not. I'm not talking about a quota. I'm talking about a cap, a limit. That's what I think we need to put in place, and we need to do it very, very quickly. Because the comments that are being, oftentimes what we're doing is we're talking about the symptoms of structural problems. And we should be focusing on what is causing those symptoms. And this is one of the things that I think we ought to do in order to address the bigger picture problems in Cayman. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, there was a lot that was confusing about the situation. And I think the fact that this lady, who I'm sure is a very nice person and all that, didn't get how her post came across, how entitled it sounded. For me, that was a big red flag, right? When you say things like, why is it hard for me to find a job? I spoke to someone, I'm not going to tell you who they are, in government as senior officials, and they said it's supposed to be hard for an expat to find a job in Cayman and easy for Caymanians. I miss how you can be so insensitive to where you are in the context of what it is happening here. You know that when you come to the Cayman Islands, we have a work permit system, and you're only supposed to be entitled to a work permit if there are no other qualified Caymanians who are willing and able to take on that job. You came here as a dependent. And based on this post that I'm reading here, you have been looking for a job the entire time. Now, setting aside the whole issue of her disability, she says, for 3 years, I've been trying to find any job. Right? Now, I was curious myself as I read this. What kind of experience does she have? What are her qualifications? What is she able to do? And of course, I had to put my mind to the fact that since she only mentioned that she has experience in customer service and reception, and that's the kind of job that she's looking for, that means that it's unlikely that this is even someone who is a degree qualified or highly educated individual. She says, oh, I'm not going to put my full resume here. You don't have to put your full resume when you lead with the fact that you have customer service and reception experience. That tells me you're not a lawyer. You're not a doctor. You don't have a IT, degree. There's obviously very little, in fact, that you could do. So it's problematic because you're then competing with people who are on the lower end of the financial scale when it comes to employment. And those are Caymanians. So you think you should just be able to come here and easily get a customer service or reception job? No, that's not how it works, right? It to me shows a degree of shocking, just cultural indifference. And I don't understand how you could be in somebody's country and be that entirely ignorant after being here for 3 years. Good morning, caller.
Morning again. The sad reality is, had she not had a disability, she probably would have had a job by now.
Yes, that's right.
And after that post, she probably will get a job by the recruitment agencies, as the other caller stated. That's the sad reality of the situation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is very sad. And, again, the effort, is the post still up, by the way? The effort that goes into, other people in the group being helpful to each other. Women in Cayman, let me tell you all this. We see it. We see it. When a Caymanian makes a post, I don't care what the post is about. When a Caymanian makes a post, the comments in the comment section are very, very limited in terms of the response that they're going to get, regardless of what it is for. When it is an expat worker, all of a sudden, or an expat individual, all of a sudden, y'all have solutions for everything under the sun. This nonsense has got to stop. There is a clear divide in this group. And the administrators, I believe, are completely blind to it, or they don't care, or whatever. And I can't blame the administrators really for what the group users are doing and how they respond to posts. But I challenge anybody to not tell me who's in this group that they don't see this every single day. Good morning, caller.
I'm sorry to call back again, but you tell that young lady just prior to me, she's my favorite, and she should call me someday because she be bang on with her sentiments. Bang on. I've been listening to her for a long time. But I also want to go a step farther into what she said. Exactly what she said is the problem that we have here. But you know what we won't fix? And you know what that group won't run to? Is to the aid of that Caymanian woman who has a young child who has applied to 25 places. 25 and not even got a call back. Johan is dead, fought, bang on. Immigration reform is needed. Again, if my sentiments of being pro-Caymanian makes me anti-expat, then I guess that's just what it'll have to be. That is not the case. That is an unequivocal lie, and anyone who knows me knows that is a lie. But anyone who knows me knows that I am pro-Caymanian. Caymanians have a right, a first right to employment in this country. And for anybody to make us feel or believe that it is otherwise needs to pick up and go. Pick up and go. They're burning down the U.S. They're striking in the U.S. They're clamoring all over the U.S. about immigrants taking our jobs. They're putting in all sorts of legislation. The UK is doing it. England is doing it. Canada is making it much more difficult for immigrants. But yet, if we speak out or speak up, not even speak out, speak up for Caymanians and have and dare I say, expect that Caymanians must be given the first chance, right, and opportunity. Our opportunities in this country, we are anti-expat. Like Johan said, there are many expats who have come to Cayman, made themselves a Caymanian, have integrated, and have brought something to this society. But there are many who come here with their own agendas, have somewhere else to go, and the minute it gets a little bit difficult, the first thing they do is they pick up and leave. And when the pot gets sweet, they're the first people back. Take a look at what happened in Hurricane Ivan. It looked like the
Caller, I want you to Yep. You've had about 20 minutes talk time today, so I do need you to rein it in.
So,
and I want to read some additional comments as well.
Yeah, I'll leave you there, but like I said, pro-Caymanian doesn't mean anti-expat, it doesn't mean xenophobic, and it definitely doesn't mean racist. And anybody who has a problem with those sentiments are probably in the wrong place.
Thanks very much. Lisa in the comment section said that I personally know of 2 Caymanians, one returned from the UK at least 8 years ago, the other 3 years ago, and they've applied for every job possible. They're siblings, and last month alone, one of them has applied for over 30 jobs. Make it make sense. Good morning, caller. Morning.
Miss Sandy, how are you?
Not bad. How are you?
Thank you. I want to see, you can have a pot. Don't care what size the pot is. Just keep adding anything you want. The smallest of item, a bean or a green of pepper, black pepper, green. You keep adding to it. Eventually, it's going to run over. And I am wondering, Miss Sandy, I mean, Cayman is a small island. It can only take so much, and it can't take any more.
Yes.
What it seems to me that I'm finding out that a lot of people is here are living on boats because of no more space on land.
Well, I don't know if it's that we don't have any more space on land. They're probably just trying to find the way to live the cheapest. I don't think that we got a lot of land space. That's not the problem.
Yeah, Miss Sandy. But the part of that, why can't the immigration department say it? Like I think Mr. Warren said it just now, Mr. Ben Warren. It's a time that you got to say enough is enough. We can't take any more. Like the young lady said just now, you see the United States, the mess that it is. The UK in a mess. Cayman is overpopulated, Miss Sandy. I don't know if anybody realized, but Cayman is overpopulated. Go to the supermarkets on the weekend. Go to the supermarkets on the weekend and you look at the people. I mean, can't the government, I'm asking you that, Ms. Sandy, please answer me this question the best of your ability. Can't the government put something in place to say, well, it is enough across the board for everybody. We are not allowing any more Caymanian citizens.
The government can set policy. We do have another caller coming in as well, but I'll answer that question and I'll give you some examples.
That's what I'm saying. Unless the person has Cayman connection, like a grandparent. Yes. Yeah. Anyone else? No, don't care what type of money they got. Thank you.
All right. Oh yeah, sorry. We had another caller who was trying to call in. Let me say this. Somebody else said I like Denny's point. A few people said please give Siobhan a kaboom. Let me make it very, very clear. The government has options to set policy, and this is where your elected officials are playing you all, quite frankly, for fools. Because of course they have that option, and in fact, some of them, right up to the last election, ran on the foundation that John was one of those people. No more work permits. That was the foundation of his last election campaign. You guys believed him, and he's gotten in there, gotten Ministry of Border Control, and has done nothing with it. Caymanians, you need to wake up. It is time that you stopped allowing politicians who have no sense to run this country and give you fake and false promises. They are worse than an empty barrel full of rocks because they tell you what you want to hear 2 months of the election cycle that they feel like they have time for you. No more work permits, this and that. We feel your plight, yada, yada, yada. And then you need to look, as good old-fashioned Caymanians would say, don't tell me something, show me something. Actions speak louder than words. They own companies that 99.9999% of who they employ, outside of their own family members or expat workers, that they're going to keep at minimum wage, because they also believe in the cheaper the labor, the better. And they know that those poor expat workers, they cannot pay and they can treat them any kind of way. And if that was a Caymanian, they wouldn't be able to do that. So they themselves have businesses and are employers who perpetuate the very issues that we have in this country. What has John done since he got elected? And I'm only using him as one example because, like I said, he vocalized it during the last election. He ran on a platform which was ridiculous to begin with. Nobody can realistically run on a no work permit platform, but that's what he did. And he had y'all at meetings hoopling and hoppling and cheering and whatever. Oh yeah, John can do this if I do it. What has he done in that regard? Let's not look at anything else, but specifically in that regard, since he is Minister of Labor, since immigration at one point fell under him. Nothing. So y'all need to wake up and pay attention. Good morning, caller.
Morning, Sandra. Morning.
Morning.
Well, interesting topic, boy, but it's like the caller before said, Johan said, like, if you say anything about the foreigners, you're anti, you know? But I won't make it no first now. I am pro Caymanian. So I'm anti no nationality because we need growth to have sustainability. But I remember the PPM first thing out of the gate that they did was the worst thing for Cayman was to extend this rule of a policy time from eligible for PR or for status. Yeah. So I believe if we want some reform here for immigration reform, that's the first thing that needs to be rolled back. You know what I mean? We need to roll that back because, okay, let's be straight. We are hiring the cheapest labor to get the prices down in the island. Yeah, we understand this, but we are making here home for them also that they can't afford here. If you go by the NAU, half of the people on NAU, that is people who we have given these papers to. So they become dependents of our country. And we can't deny them because they went through the right process and everything was correct. So it's the government that needs to fix it. You know what I mean? Because as you said, a Caymanian must be sought first for any job before you get an expat. And we know it's not so because I've seen people roll over from labor jobs and minimal little gas station workers, and they roll over for 9 years and they come back to that same position. So that in itself is not right. And the reason why I say these things, it's not about myself, it's about the future. Because as Johan also said, we need to stop this PR right now that's selling the Cayman Islands. Because what happened in the next 20 years when the Caymanians having their kids and we not stop having kids, we not stop populating on our own, but maybe not at the pace that the government wants. But we are populating anyway. So when it comes to a point like the caller before it said, if you even putting one pepper green into the pot, after the while that pot's going to get filled. So are we going to fill ourselves or fill the coffers so much that it overflow and we have no peace or no comfort in our own island? We can't afford to live here, or we can't live with the traffic or with the congestion that we're going to create for ourselves, like a sardine mentality that we're going to do. But it's all about the government. We have to know what we're voting for, and the same way we vote them in, we have to be behind them to make sure we counsel them, to make sure they do the right thing, because they're only human at the end of the day. And as far as I see, we electing a lot of uneducated ones. You know what I mean? And I call it no names, but if you check the 19, how much of them have a degree in what field that they're representing? They have no degree in that. You know what I mean? We had Minister of Health that sample on a Band-Aid, but we need help. And the changes coming from, we need to have some good reform when it comes to immigration. And the first reform, I think, is to turn back the hands of time, put it back to 7 or 6 or 5 years. I mean, make them know you're not coming here to live here. You're coming here to work, you get your money, and you go with it, because most of the money leaving here is through Western Union and everything. You know what I mean? So they're not building up infrastructure, but they're using it, but they're not building it. But everybody wants to come and own it. All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. What a mess. So, yeah, I mean, this woman, I tried to look at it when I was reading her comments on both sides of the equation. And she said she doesn't need to work. She wants to work. But then she also said, she can't leave Cayman. I'm thinking, what expat is here? And under what circumstances would you not be able to leave this country? Somebody keeping you hostage here? The whole post and the comments were very, very confusing. And I think that what she missed a lot of, as I think Siobhan said, she's actually from the US, but it seems like she has actually lived in Canada. Her husband appears to be Canadian, based on the little bit of research that I did. And you have options. It seems to me you actually have multiple options. So you can go to Canada, where he's from, and it looks like you've lived there in Ontario yourself. You can go back to Nebraska or wherever you're from there as well. You've got multiple options. So I'm confused about the posts and then some of the substantial stuff or subsequent things, in fact, that she goes on to say. Here's another example, right? So Risa says that she was confused. I'm glad to see I'm not the only one who was confused. Risa says, I'm confused. She says she's a student at UCCI, but wants a job, so she's not at home all day. And then Michelle, who is the woman who's making these comments, come back and says, I can take classes and have a job. Pollinated people do it all over the world. You see, again, the flippantness of that comment. We're aware that people can work and go to school at the same time. But you don't have that level of flexibility when you're here and your immigration status does not allow you to have flexibility. Let me be very, very clear here, folks. As a non-American citizen, I lived and grew up in the United States of America for some 15 years. I was there on a student visa. I did not have the option of jumping up one day and said, all of a sudden, I want to have gainful employment and I'm going to go find a job. You have to apply to immigration to change your immigration status. It's not a matter of the fact that you can work and go to school full time. Now, on a student visa, when you're at the university level, they do permit you to have on-campus jobs without the need to change your immigration status. So that is the one sort of caveat that they permit, right? So that's how I was able to work as an RA and whatever. But it's just the comments and the responses. Oh, plenty of people have jobs and go to school. And Risa comes back and says, yes, my comment was from the conflicting comments that you posted. I've worked and studied at the same time, so I know it's possible. And she even goes on to say, I would suggest being mindful of what you post and comment because because people make their own assumptions based on the commentary provided. And then she also says, the employers are not allowed to discriminate based on medical conditions. So, maybe it's just a situation that the job market is already saturated. The woman comes back again, and this is something that is not helpful to her. The constant arguing, what appears to be arguing with people, or having to nitpick on every single comment. She goes on to say how she took summer courses, but she's been on a break, hence why she's now home all day. And she missed the registration deadline to resume classes so now she has to resume classes in the winter quarter. Look at me explaining myself after I said I was done. Be careful of what assumptions you make. Caller, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sandra. I want to sentiment all those people that agree that, especially Johan, Siobhan, and them. I have a question. If somebody can answer me. I would like to know when they say Caymanians are unemployable, if somebody could explain to me what it means. Because if we can bring in the handicaps, we have nothing against nobody. I just want to make it clear. We got men and women here that have some disability or other, whether it's speech, because I found them at the gas station. We can't even understand half one word of a full sentence. And we got them all over. If we got those kind of people here on permits that we can't even, that should be, as far as I can understand, should be unemployable. How can they get a work permit? And our own Caymanians that go out to try and look at jobs that maybe in some form of deformity is being discriminated about that they're unemployable because of their situation. We have a hell of a problem on our hands. And it's so good if we growing our population. We can grow it to 1 million people. But as we can see, the growing population is not including Caymanians. They're not including Caymanians into this growing. Caymanians are being pushed aside, ostracized all over. So somebody from the government, whether it's immigration, whether it's the 19 elected officials, need to explain to the public what they mean by unemployable. Because every job in Cayman has somebody doing it, whether they're expats or not. And if they can do it, then we got Caymanians that are the same too. And we got some that are handicapped. We got our own handicapped ones too, some disability form. And if we can put them in here and get them a job, then Caymanians should be able to get a job too. If it's cleaning the road or whatever, we can find something for them to do to make them get bread their own country rather than trying to feed them a fish. Try to teach them how to fish so they can be able to help government welfare, because this is so sad that our country is now a welfare state. Like we're one of the smallest islands, I would say, in the Caribbean or on a whole, and our welfare system now is just as high as America that has millions of people. And it's a shame, disgrace that we as Caymanians got to suffer into this thing. Okay? Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, caller. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it is a hot mess. And again, she responds to Latrice, had a very lengthy comment here, which was quite good, saying, I wanted to offer a gentle reminder that Cayman Islands is only 75 square miles, so job opportunities here are naturally limited. It's not fair to compare our situation to larger countries or cities that many expats come from. In most countries, you have the option to move to different cities for new or better opportunities. Caller, are you trying to call the show? Yeah, you dialed the wrong number. The 9362626. Okay, thanks. In Cayman, we only have West Bay, Georgetown, including Cayman Bay, Savannah, Bontown, East End, and North Side. And each of these towns has a limited number of job opportunities. And she goes on to say other things. Then the lady comes back and says the following. She says, a job wouldn't be just another activity for me. It would be a step in the direction for independence and self-sustainability. I need you guys to turn your radio off, please, when you call in, because sometimes I'm still reading comments before I turn to your call, but I have you on hold, and it's very disrupting to have that background noise, okay? She goes on to say, I understand the job market is limited. I've searched for remote work. I'm not trying to take jobs from anyone. I just want to support myself and not be a burden to my husband. I don't expect you or anyone else to understand about why I want a job. I'm done explaining myself and I'm done defending myself here. Now, here's the thing, right? You're the one, young lady, who decided to put up this post. And if people have questions or they're confused about it, obviously they're asking those questions. And if you feel like somehow that means that you're defending yourself, but I'm utterly confused. How do you feel that you want to be independent and self-sustainability are the terms that she uses? Did you not understand that when you got the dependency status, that meant that you should not and would not be granted a work permit and would not be working? If you wanted to be self-sustainable and independent for the entire time that you've been here, why did you allow your husband or his employers, or whoever put in the application, to put you as a dependent on his work permit? Because remember now, he is here as a work permit holder. And the funny thing is, people have even dug him up to see who he was. And we're going to look at that here in a second, because that gets even more interesting. But why would you allow yourself to be put in that situation? I sympathize as a woman who would not want to be dependent on any man. Okay? I want my own. I don't want any man telling me what I can do with money, what I can't do. That's why I have my own coins coming in. Having said that, if I was to move to Jamaica, for example, with Marlon, and I know that I couldn't get a work permit and I couldn't work and I had to be a dependent on his work permit, you don't think that's something I would have thought about before submitting that type of an application? What am I going to be doing all day sitting down in Jamaica? Are there things that I can do to pass the time or the activities? Right? What if he tries to control the finances and tell me, oh, I can't go to KFC to get my little, Popeye's chicken or KFC chicken that everybody in Jamaica raves about? So it might put strains on the relationship, and you might have issues there because now you're dependent on one salary. She talked about how expensive medication is for her neurological disease. We know the cost of medical care in Cayman, the cost of insurance if you have a pre-existing condition. It's expensive to live here. Are y'all telling me that this couple didn't analyze any of this stuff? Now you want to be independent and self-sustainable? You should have never been added to his work permit as a dependent. That's what really is going on here. Somebody did that to expedite their ability to come in this country, and it should have never been allowed. And this is where immigration needs to pay very close attention. I find it interesting that she says that she does not want to hide her neurological disease or disorder from any employers. My question is this: 3 years ago when you came to Cayman, did you have that neurological disorder? And if you had it, when you filled out your immigration paperwork, follow me carefully, people. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. When you fill that out and it asked you about medical history and any medical issues and blah, 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 did you tell immigration about it? Because when they looked at his salary and his ability to take care of you, this should have played a key, what's the word that I'm looking for? A key role in their decision to grant you dependency status. Because it is different when you can be a dependent for a lawyer who's making $25,000 a month and it's just you and maybe one child. It is different when your husband probably is an IT professional, is only making maybe $6,000, $7,000 a month, and you have a pre-existing condition that is going to mean healthcare and health insurance is going to be very, very expensive for you. That could be into the thousands of dollars because of this disorder. That means he has less money to be able to claim you as a dependent. And that would have mattered to immigration. So because you're an honest person who wants to disclose this information to an employer, may I ask you, did you also disclose that information to Cayman Islands WORC, aka Immigration Department, on your paperwork? Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra. How are you today?
Good, thanks. We got several callers on hold. Question or comment?
I have. Hello?
Yes.
Yes. You see that the stickers that some of us, I wish I could find one that says entitled Caymanian that you see on some folks' back windows or on the bumper stickers. Bumpers. That's a natural response which Caymanians have had to themselves being lambasted and called entitled for far too long here in Cayman by people who actually come here and they are the actual ones with the sense of entitlement about themselves. Right? Now, when we talk about, well, the government could do this, whether it be civil service or elected members, the reality that we all know, which we should not ignore, is that the government is dependent upon these fees that come in as a result of imported labor and imported professionals to the Cayman Islands. Right? And when I spoke to you the other day about the unsustainability, which goes beyond just ecological or environmental, it goes into social, it goes into every parameter of life here in the Cayman Islands. Our whole economic model is not sustainable. And that is a reality that I don't think many people are willing to accept. I appreciate Mr. Danny Warren's comment as it pertains to the fact that, we need to look at the real causative factors and have the humility and the honesty, as uncomfortable as it may be, to understand the causative factors of the symptoms that we're looking at. The reality is this: in Cayman, we have overall society, Caymanian expatriate, who has been, to one degree or another, subjected to those in positions of power and influence, who use the old Roman rule of war, which is to divide and conquer. And by doing so, you then end up with two groups of people who are easy to abuse and who are easy to not allow their place, particularly Cayman.
I'm going to ask you to keep it short because we do have a lot of other people who are waiting to jump on as well.
Sure, I will try my best.
Well, you've already gone over 7 minutes, so.
All right, well, it is what it is. These are all very complicated subjects.
Yes. So give it to us in bite sizes this morning, and then another bite size later on. So everybody can take a bite of that pie. Yes, remember the pie. The pie is only so big.
Cayman,
and we all try to get a nibble.
Model. Cayman's outlook is not sustainable. That's the real reason. Look at what all this development is for. It is for people coming here in the professional capacity, right? We're going to complain about Cayman not being able to get houses. Why are those people coming here? Look at that reality. Why are they coming here? Look at the tourism industry. How many Caymanians are in it? But yet still we say we have an economic dream. We have an economic miracle. Is it really that here? Is that really what we have here? I think the reality is that you ask Caymanian people here and they're going to say, no, not really.
All right.
If you want me to hush, I will.
I think you made some good points for us to ruminate on. Thank you very, very much.
All right. Ruminate on, Sandra. Ruminate on.
All right. Thanks very much. Yeah, sometimes short and sweet is effective as long and, All right. Here's something else of interest. Somebody just shared that she updated the post, which is interesting because this is what she says. And it's sad when people miss the point, right? And I know that there's a lot of, as one of the previous callers says, that she probably has more expat friends than Caymanians. I've got a lot of expat friends and acquaintances. And I think it's unfortunate. I think this is Zeus's appointment saying he's ready. Good morning. Okay, no problem. Thank you. All right. He got all fixed up and groomed up this morning. I think that it is unfortunate when people do not understand. And this is now where, they don't themselves understand what's going on. So she did an edit, and apparently she updated the post to say the following. I didn't mean to cause discourse among the group's members and didn't deserve to be attacked like I have been. Unfortunately, caller, you had some feedback there, so I had to hang up on your call. But from what the consensus is, I don't deserve a job because I'm an expat. Caymanians put Caymanians first. Most of this comment chain has shown clear racism towards expats, and that some of y'all are xenophobic. All right, let me address this, okay? First of all, you were not attacked, but if that's how you feel, okay. You say that you don't deserve a job because you're an expat. No one anywhere in the comments ever said that. People were trying to understand how you were here as a dependent and felt entitled to a job, right? What makes you think that you do? I mean, I don't even understand what she's trying to say. That we think that you don't deserve a job because you're an expat? You need to educate yourself about what the laws of this country actually say. She goes on to say Caymanians put Caymanians first. Girl, I wish that was actually the case. But that is how it should be. Just like when you're in America, you're an American. I hate to say politically where she might stand, but I'm sure you would agree that America is for Americans first. And then everybody else can get a piece of the American dream, provided they follow the rules of that country. There's no entitlement to any of it if you're not an American citizen. So yes, Caymanians should put Caymanians first. The reality of it is we often do not. Now, how do you get to racism towards expats? Hey, let me clue you in on something, honey child. Being an expat is not a race. So we can't be racist towards expats. I mean, I don't even think that that's a thing. Expats come in all different nationalities, shapes, colors, whatever. So that's not racism. But you see the words, right? The baiting, the gaslighting of us as Caymanians. So now we're racist because we're saying that if an expat came in as a dependent, maybe you shouldn't have been from day one trying to look for a job. Now, somebody's listening to this, they work in human resources, and they say, and make the following comment. They say, for clarification, being listed as a dependent on someone's work permit is in no way prohibits the dependent from seeking employment and becoming a work permit holder. The intent of being a listed dependent is for the convenience of being able to remain on island to accompany your family and eliminating the risk of attaining a permit of your own, as well as being able to travel freely in and out of these islands. Additionally, a permit holder is able to enroll in educational institutions without issue. However, a person who enters these islands on a student visa is prohibited from becoming gainfully employed unless they apply for a work permit. Point taken. But you have to ask yourself this question. Why would someone come in as an independent, even to have the right of the convenience of being able to remain here, not have to worry about a work permit of their own, and from day one be seeking employment? Good morning, caller.
Morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Not bad, thanks.
Good. Well, I really have something to say because I lived in America, still between. And I remember my first job. The one time I come off the banana boat, I needed to go back and the whole works. And I never take it personal because that's what they do. I didn't cuss. I didn't win a no show. I went there and I worked and I kept myself to myself. She was American. I didn't make her step on me or whatever. But my problem here, we are a small place. Mm-hmm. And everybody can't come and just stay. I had an interview and I was interviewing people for a job and most of them was foreigners. And I did pull my Caymanians first. And some of them came in and said, "Oh, hire me, please." My friend brought me, they got a permit for me and I don't have anything to do. And I say, your friend and you is wrong. And this is why we have some of the criminals around here. Because what happens when they can't pay for their rent, right? Because he now has another mouth to feed. And then he's probably working, $6 an hour. They have to buy food. They got to send back money to their countries and so forth. So what happens is that many of these break-ins that we have, I'm not saying we don't go homegrown criminals, because we do. But a lot of times, some of these you will believe is not from here all the time. So when they can't find it, because she's telling me that she don't have nothing and, she needs something. And I'm like, I cannot hire you. I took you in because you see your qualification. Now you're here on a permit that did not even turn me off. It was, if it was on a permit that she was honestly working on and not just come here to look. So this is what they're doing also. They're bringing in the people from abroad, knowing that there's no job. So they're overcrowding the place because they never had a job in the first place. So it's fake. And it's not through. And we got a lot of this here. And it's not just one night, it's everybody's doing it. I've had people that come to me and say, "Oh, I can't help your friend. I mean, I'm sorry, you're my good friend, but I can't." I said, I got my own here wishing that I could give them a job, right? And I don't have enough space. But we really have it here in this little island because everybody, they bring in their friends and their family and they don't have no work, for them. And this is a problem now. So I'm sure that when she come, I hear all of it. And I'm not here to knock anybody. And I travel and my kids is born elsewhere and all like that. But we can only do so much. We can only help so much. We don't have the space. So let them understand that I think Cayman, I have traveled, and I'm not lying, all over the world. And Cayman has some of the nicest people they are. Not because I'm a Caymanian. And Caymanians will give you. But everybody's tired. Caymanians are tired. They want a job. They want a house. They want a car.
Thank you, caller.
Yeah.
All right, my dear.
sweetie.
Thanks very much. So, I often say to people on this program, once you open Pandora's box, there's no putting these things back in. I'm going to show you guys a couple of things of interest this morning. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandy. How are you doing?
Not bad. How are you?
Yeah, I just got in kind of late on it, but I'm an expert. 30 years ago, I got my paper from my grandparents, but I want to buy myself.
I need you to speak up a little bit. I'm having some difficulty hearing and understanding. Yes.
Yeah, I come from a country. Part of the
Are you on some sort of a Are you on some? For some reason, I'm having some difficulty hearing you. Are you on some sort of speakerphone or something? I'm not really sure what's going on. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's much better.
Yeah, I just wanted Caymanian people to know that I'm an expert.
Yeah.
I came from a country part. I have to turn on the pot at night, and did not find anything to eat. 38 years ago. And this country has brought me up with this land. My kids born here, and I tell them, this is your country. And if I ever go back home, I want to fight for this country. And it's sad. I see it every day. I help Western help with $5, $10. Then I got a job, Caymanian begging. They won't work. They get work and they let them go. I talk to them every day. And it's sad that I see it in the Cayman Islands. And I'd be a nice spot, but I just want to know that on the rock, me, I've been on the flat. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much, caller. I had some difficulties hearing him, but let's continue to go down this rabbit hole, right? Back in June of 2021, she said, big news. On June the 22nd, 2021, I'll be flying to Miami to stay the night at the hotel. And then I will fly out to Grand Cayman, where I already have healthcare and will be living my life out there. Never thought I'd be living on an island, especially the Cayman Islands, but here we go. Cheers to new adventures. Okay. All right. So she was happy in 2021. She knew she wasn't going to be fully independent. She said she already had have health care. Okay. So that means that before you moved here, because this was posted on June the 6th, you knew that you had access to health care and obviously what that health care was going to cost and that it was going to be really, really expensive. As someone who has a medical condition, anybody who's had to deal with any sort of an illness or medical condition knows exactly what's involved. Now, Caymanians, y'all have become some of the best detectives on the island. Y'all need to be promoted. Because of course, y'all started to snoop around and you looked at her husband. He says he's a senior technical support specialist. And you've also looked at his jobs that he has had. And it occurred to me, as it occurred to some of you, that here's a man who seems to be in the business of job hopping. So, since he has been here in the Cayman Islands, according to his own LinkedIn profile, he has had multiple jobs. I'm counting at least 4 jobs since 2021. Tell me, immigration, WORC, how are you allowing certain people to remain in this country who don't fit the rules and the criteria that we have put in place. Job hopping is not permitted in this country. This is why I tell you all, do not open Pandora's box. Okay? Maybe there's a reason why this woman, and I sympathize as a woman, but maybe there's a reason why she feels unsettled, why she wants to be independent and self-sustainable. Because if I had a husband who was changing jobs as often as this man, I would have concerns too about the financial viability of our living arrangements in somebody else's country. He came in with IT outsourced. They're the ones who brought him here in June of 2021. He was there for 1 year and 11 months. Then he switched jobs and he went to MCS Cayman Islands, full-time senior technical specialist. And that job lasted 9 months. Then he swapped again and he went to Invinio Global, and it says contract, senior systems engineer. That lasted for 4 months. Then he turned around and went to senior systems engineer at Applied Computer Technologies for 6 months. And that was September. It says September 2024. So does that mean now that he's going to be unemployed as of this month? Help it make sense, K-Man. WORC, step up to the plate and have this make any bit of sense. Detectives are on a job. We would all feel, oh my gosh, my husband keeps swapping his jobs. What the heck is going on here? Okay. I don't know these people. I'm just saying there are things that are simply not adding up. Now, let's continue to go down the rabbit hole. Y'all want to open Pandora's box? Well, you know, CMR, we're going to keep digging. All right. Here's her LinkedIn profile. Remember when I said it was interesting that she made this comment about not wanting to share her whole resume? I thought, that's interesting. Honey child, you don't have to share your whole resume with us because there's something called LinkedIn and y'all love to share y'all business online. So let's go and see what kind of work experience you have and therefore what kind of work you'd be looking for here in the Cayman Islands. Walmart is the first job listed. April of 2016 to August of 2016, 5 months. Okay, I worked at Walmart. That's a starter job. It's like minimum wage. That's where you start out. I worked there as a university student. And I worked there for longer than 5 months, that's for sure. Customer service representative at Moxie Automotive in Nebraska, 7 months. Then we go to building inspector company, Mueller Reports. That was 1 year and 7 months. That was a long time. Then we go to being a sanitation worker. That sounds like a fancy word for just being a cleaner. At the Country Inn and Suites by Radisson, contract part-time. That was in Canada. So apparently she went from Nebraska to Canada between 2018 and 2020. There is a gap in employment, so we don't know what happened between September 2018 and May of 2020. It says cleaning and sanitation duties compliant with COVID recommendations, customer service rules, left due to new management replacing all staff. All right. Then we go now from 2021, March of 2021 to present. She claims that she's been self-employed. And again, does WORC know that you've been self-employed? Where's WORC in all of this? Y'all awake, Mr. Jeremy Scott? Can somebody put him on speed dial this morning? Ask him if he's awake and he's paying attention? Because these are the things that make you wonder. She says that she's been self-employed, assisting with office administration work, customer service via phone and chat, creating, editing, and publishing documents, virtual assistant type of work. Okay, then. And you're self-employed. living here in the Cayman Islands? I wonder, does immigration know that? Education, high school diploma of education, and she's put down university college, which she claims she's been doing since January of 2022 to January 2026. I guess she's forecasting that she's going to be getting, it says, the first stepping stone is my associates of science and then my bachelor's of nursing. I intend to pursue a master's of nursing after that. That's great. But can I give you all a little hint here? Nobody puts down what they're pursuing under education. Once you have completed that degree at UCCI, that's when you'd put it down. This is a wish and a hope. Remember what I was telling y'all a couple days ago on Tuesday about being smart, setting smart goals? This tells me that this is somebody who can't even set a goal. You don't have the associate's degree yet. Nobody cares that you're going. Once you get a piece of paper, then you list it under education. You know why she couldn't list her whole resume? Because I'm sorry, Michelle, you seem like a really nice person, but there's nothing on here that stands out as someone who's overly qualified to get a job in the Cayman Islands. Whether you're an expat or a Caymanian, you would be having difficulty getting a job. Okay? It's because your experience is meh. You don't have any experience in anything sufficient. Walmart for a couple months. I don't know, customer service rep, okay, for a couple months. Mueller reports, I don't even know what she did there. It just says Mueller reports. I don't know what that means. Building inspector. You're here, there, and everywhere, but with no real credentials. So that is why when we go back to your post, your original post, and you said, oh, I'm not going to list my whole resume. That's because you ain't got nothing on that resume that would be worth listing, honey child. The best you could do is answering a phone. We don't need people here on a work permit to answer phones. We have a lot of high school leavers, university students, Caymanians who, like you, have no skills, who can answer a phone. Don't get insulted. But this has nothing to do with you being an expat and everything to do with you're not even qualified to get a job. How are you standing out to any employers? You're not. They don't need somebody who worked at Walmart for 5 months. Good morning, caller.
Hello, Sandra. Good morning again. Like I said earlier, government needs to do some restructuring into their immigration policy. Because as far as I concern, anybody that bringing people here as a dependent on their work permit should not be allowed to take up a job, because that's why they were put as dependents, and the people are not capable of financing them while on their salary. They should not be dependents. That's where Caymanians are being, again, taken advantage of, because they come here as a dependent, pretending they're not going to work, and the minute they get here, a couple of months after that, they're employed. I don't care whether they're on government contract or whether they're private. If they're dependents, they need to stay dependent, and their families should be able to support them. If they can't support them, they should have to return them back to where they come from. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Natasha says something very interesting. Says that Caymanians are not xenophobic, because if we were, we would not have 188 different nationalities living in peace amongst us. It's so funny. I'm curious about how these same people feel about this very type of situation in this country. You see, a lot of these people are the same people who make up stories about cat eating dogs and people eating dogs and cats, aboard Haitians and all sorts of stuff. They themselves are xenophobic. They themselves are racist, right? When you try to gaslight somebody, I look at it very, very carefully. And I said, why would you pick up this term, calling Caymanians racist? I mean, we might have some things to work on, but I would not use the term racist to describe Caymanians, unless that is something you're awfully familiar with where you've come from, and maybe a sentiment that you yourself have had. Caller, good morning.
Good morning. I'd just like to pull some positive out of all of this and say kudos to all of the employers who received that application, did not hire this person, and hopefully a Caymanian was hired in the place of whatever she was applying for. So kudos to them.
Thank you, caller. It's entitlement for me, honey child. Somebody seems to know the husband. Not says, I knew it was Garrett's wife as soon as I saw the post. He's just as bad as his wife, entitled as they come. Oh, wow. These are certainly not the people that we need in the Cayman Islands. I'm sorry, but she's kind of exposed the type of person that she is. I got to be very, very honest with you. Now, given his propensity to job hop, can someone please tell me when his work permit is actually up? Like when his rollover time is here? Because they've been here a number of years now, and he's had 4 or 5 jobs in that space of time. What is the current expiration period when y'all have to go home? Some of y'all? Honey child. I'm just saying. So, maybe immigration needs to look carefully at his applications and where he's going. 4 jobs in 4 years, less than 4 years, 2021 to 2024. That's more like 3 years, right? Yeah. Y'all need to start looking at this application very, very carefully. He should not be permitted to get a 5th job in 4 years. That's the very definition of job hopping. Y'all need to decline that application now. Now, somebody did point out it's not the boards who are approving a lot of these applications. It's now administrators. And I'm sure some of these administrators, hopefully WRC administrators, actually listening, right? This person says, tell Johan he needs to come off now. Oh, that was from earlier. My apologies. Isn't this a conflict of interest? Also, look at who her recommendations are. It says here her recommendation, wrong number again. Yes, I have no idea. You were calling the other number all the time, so I'm not sure what's going on today. Yeah, 9362626. Isn't that a conflict of interest? Apparently, she's used her own husband as a reference. Y'all Caymanians need to get smarter. People do this all the time. Pandora's box has been opened this morning, and both of these individuals, this couple, are not looking very good. It is interesting that they have different names, and so it might be easy, right, for this to pass. But look at how she has to use her own husband as a reference. September the 18th of 2024. He just, what? Where was this? This is on her LinkedIn profile, where he says, I had the pleasure of mentoring Michelle and was continually impressed by her intelligence, adaptability, and quick learning ability. She excels at picking up new skills and concepts with remarkable speed and seemingly applying them to her work. Lord Jesus, oh, y'all are lucky it is 9:26 and not 9:31, because I'm going to address this after 9:30, okay? Radio listeners, please switch over to the social media stream for me to address this. Good morning, caller.
Good morning. I had to call you on the regular number now. So now I know you might have moved on a little bit with your immigration discussion, but let me just briefly say something about the problem with immigration in Cayman. You see, I'm very interested in this topic because when I was in Cayman and worked at a portfolio of legal affairs for 12 years, the people who tried to complicate my life were not Caymanian. They were status holders, people who came to Cayman in the same way I came to Cayman, and now felt that they were better entitled to tell me as well as Caymanians what to do. I even tried to train a Caymanian there. I was told, oh, don't train a Caymanian, you're rocking the boat and this and that and so on. But you see, at the end of the day, what is the solution in Cayman with the immigration matter? I think what people need to appreciate, and I think a lot of people already appreciate this, is that the successive governments have not wanted to have meaningful immigration reform. Lately, there was this committee which was put together, and Steve McField was on it together with other people. And they were supposed to look into the points system, and they did. what came out of that committee is that they went to cabinet. This has been made public. They went to cabinet and they told cabinet, we only want people who are descended from Caymanians, as well as people who want to be Caymanian by marriage. Those are the only ones that will want to be Caymanian. And I understand cabinet didn't want that. They said they were not happy with it. They asked them to go back and again make some proposals. And then thereafter, we found that Steve McField had been removed. There were some people there who were being... Steve McField has gone public to say that he was being called by people in the private sector to try and talk to him, to influence him, and he refused. And that is part of the problem. So the thing is, we loudmouths can always call the radio and talk, and that is good. That is part of the thing. But in the end, the politicians won't do it unless you force them. Elections will not change anything because you will always get 3 or 4 good people who go in. But they are always outvoted by the group. Now, the idea is, how do you help those people? If you do get 3 or 4 good people who go in and want to change this, then they must do a petition. If they can go there to say we've got 30,000 people who are saying we want immigration reform where you grant status to only these 2 categories, then you can help those 3 or 4 people who go into government. So people should not keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. They have to do something different, and the petition is one way to do it. I thought that I should chime in on that. Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you so much, caller. Appreciate the call. Yes. Well, it seems to me that we have some serious issues here in this country that need addressing. And our MPs, I mean, we need to stop giving them excuses. They need consensus. Isn't the consensus is when we, the people, vote for them and put them in public office and we're expecting better of them and they're not delivering on any of their promises? What more consensus is there? They're not there for us, and that's the problem. That is truly the problem. All right, hold on a second now. What time is it, honey child? Are we at 9:30 yet? Because God knows I can't. I'm doing my best, but I can't hold it any longer. I feel like I'm that man who needed to use the bathroom that day and couldn't find the proper bathroom. He was like, oh, I'm just going to go in the bushes. Oh, I can't hold it. Sandy, keep it together. 9:30. 3, 2, 1. We need a countdown to 9:30, please. Let me look at my countdown clock. In fact, just hold on a second here. Ay. What a hot mess. Lord Jesus. We need prayer. We need prayer. What time? Oh, 9:31 according to my clock, honey child. Let's get it. I'm disconnecting from the radio feed. I don't care anymore. I can't handle it. Even if it's not exactly if it's not exactly 9:30, they'll play something else, some filler music. Y'all will be fine over in the radio land. Let me disconnect and tell you that I have not seen so much bullshit in my life in a hot minute now. It's been a minute. Wow. Apologies. My light had fallen over during the break. Listen to me and listen to me carefully. Okay. What the fuck is going on in this country? When you need to have your husband provide a reference for you, let me be very, very clear. When your husband has to provide a reference for you, Michelle, trust and believe me when I tell you, that means you ain't qualified to do jack shit. That's why you can't get a job. It's not that you have a neurological disorder. It's not that you're an expat and, somebody's discriminating against you. It's because you ain't got no skills. You have no qualifications. And in this world, even qualified people are having difficulty finding employment. But the less qualified you are, the harder it's going to be for you to find employment. Now, It's not lost on me that the day you put up this post on social media, yes, that you're looking for gainful employment is the same day that your husband decides to post up a reference for you. These people think we were born yesterday and that we are stupid as they come. See the reference right here on her LinkedIn account? You see it? September the 18th of 2024. Talking about Garth was Michelle's mentor. Mentoring, sucking what and doing what? Come on for it now. Your spouse is the only person. You've worked at Walmart. You've worked at, where else you claim you worked? Walmart, building inspector, customer service at Moxie Automotive, Country Inn and Suite cleaning for 11 months. Nobody else can give you a reference but your friggin' husband that you got to sleep with every single night. That is hardly an independent reference. That is hardly an objective reference. I would love to see your resume. Maybe there are other reasons why you don't want to show that resume because of bullshit like this. You got one reference and it happens to be your fucking husband. Excuse me. This has nothing to do with us being xenophobic. Stop trying to gaslight Caymanians and make us feel like shit in our own fucking country when it is a privilege for you to be here. And clearly, based on what I have seen, it's a real privilege, and I'm wondering if y'all even deserve it. When you have to lie, tell me he's a mentor. What kind of mentor? Huh? Y'all fabricate and make up shit when you are ready and it gets under my skin. Because you see, Caymanians can't do this foolishness without getting called out. Everybody would know. If I had in my LinkedIn profile, my husband, Marlon Hill, putting, oh yes. That's why y'all going by different names on social media and stuff like that. So people don't put it together. If it said that his name was Gareth Merrick or whatever the heck your name is, everybody would be like, oh, but they're family. Why y'all have different names? Why is he going by Garth C on a professional network? What's the C stand for? What exactly is the last name? You see, they take us for fools. And when we start to question them, and we start to go, something don't sound right here. Something don't add up. Oh, you're a racist. We are racist? You see, this is where y'all ain't got no fucking sense. Caymanians are racist against white people? If anything, we racist against black people, not white people? Most Caymanians would roll out the red carpet for you just because you white. Huh? Because we love foreigners. We love white people. Caymanians are not racist, woman. What the fuck are you talking about? Not in that direction, anyway. We racist against the poor little Jamaicans that not got nothing. That black. Not against white people. But you see, you're gaslighting us because you people have an agenda. And because a few Caymanians are wising up to your agenda, all of a sudden, we become the problem? People were confused by your post because it never made no goddamn sense from the jump. Okay? It was stupid and it made no sense. If all these people are saying to you, wow, I've got questions, I'm confused, yada, yada, yada. Why do you think your post made people confused? Oh, I don't need a job, but I want a job. Oh, but I can't leave this country. Why can't you leave? There are planes leaving Cayman every single day. In fact, we will put together and buy you a ticket to get off of this island. Why can't you leave? Somebody has you held hostage? Is this same man who claims that he is your mentor? Is he holding you hostage, honey Jan? She actually said that she cannot leave Cayman. And I do not understand why she cannot leave the Cayman Islands. I need y'all to help me here and explain this to me. What is keeping her here? Why she can't leave? It's not like your husband is keeping a steady job. Yeah, it's not like you have found employment. Y'all probably living hand to mouth in this country. Let me invite you to not do that, to get up and get out of here. Your country, the United States of America, you got two options. He's Canadian, right? You're from the United States of America. Two huge countries with lots of job opportunities, hundreds of thousands of vacancies, all sorts of hotels left, right, and center. Please go and find a job in either one of those two countries. You've got a lot of options, more options than a lot of other expats. So I'm not about to sit here and feel sorry for you. I am telling you, as someone who has a spouse in the IT industry, when you are in IT and you're really worth your salt, nobody not letting you go, honey child. Nope. Some kind of mixed up situation. Why this man has had 4 jobs in 4 years. Especially as a work permit holder, because you know that these people got to be paying top dollar for what's his position? What was his positions again? Let me just back up here. Senior technical specialist. That's a couple dollars there for a work permit. So they're not going to let you go so easily. I'm just saying. Come on now. Something not adding up. Something stinks. And your attitude has only meant that people needed to go and start digging in your business. And that's not a good look for you. Because when we started to dig, we started to find a whole lot of a mess of a situation. Mr. Garth Marcus Cook, aka Hubby, why are you having to write a reference for your own wife? There is something wrong when you have to do that. She claims. This is where Caymanians, now y'all need to get smarter and you need to pick sense from fucking nonsense, okay? We're not dumb people. You see, this is where they confuse us, you know. They look at us and some of y'all do look a little bit simple, but we're not simple people. We have been too kind for too long. Caymankind, even before the term Caymankind was coined, has been our undoing. We welcome everybody and don't question. Well, those days are long gone. We questioning these days, huh? Tell me something. She claims that for the past 3.5 years, basically the whole time that she's been in Cayman, that she has been self-employed, okay, as a virtual PA. Now, I know a little bit about that business because there are websites and social media platforms dedicated to people who run their own businesses and they're virtual PAs, right? What that means is they can sit anywhere in the world right here. They get jobs, they get accounts, they get business from people all over the world, and they just do what's assigned to them. Why is it that she hasn't been able to get that kind of a job? She claims on her LinkedIn that she has been employed for the past 3 years and 7 months. See it right, so? Okay. So if you've been employed for 3 years and 7 months, self-employed, claiming that you're assisting with office admin work, customer service via phone and chat, creating, editing, and publishing documents, virtual assistant type work. What do you mean virtual assistant type work? You're either a VA or you're not. So tell me now, that being the case, explain to me how it is possible that you don't have anybody else that would be willing to give you a reference other than your husband. And for every single person, sorry, somebody's at my front door. Let me see who this is. Good morning.
Morning, Mom.
Hi.
Morning, Mom.
Hello.
Good morning, Mom.
Yes, hi.
Daki the Tesla, Mom.
You're asking me for the key for the Tesla?
He dropped the Tesla, ma'am.
You brought the Tesla?
He dropped the Tesla now. But the key inside, ma'am, leave it or...
Yeah, that's fine. It's okay.
All right, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. What a hot mess. Okay, what a mess. Anyway, listen now. Okay, so you've been working as a VA for 3 years and 7 months, almost 4 years, and you don't have anybody else who can give you a reference other than your husband, and he only jumped up and gave that to you yesterday after you posted in the women's group that you're looking for a job? Caymanians, come on now. Let me be very, very clear. These people think we are stupid. They insult me with their ridiculousness. What in tarnation is going on around you? You haven't had a single client in 3 years and 7 months that you've been pretending to be a virtual assistant? You see? Let me give y'all a little clue about this situation. That is a bold-faced lie. She has not been self-employed for the past 3 years and 7 months that she's been in the Cayman Islands. Okay? She has not been a virtual assistant. There are websites. One is called, I'm trying to, one is called, hold on now, let me tell you some of these websites. Upwork, right? You can go to these, see what it says, hire the best virtual assistants. You can go to these websites. See ya? And you can hire people. And then they will rate you 5 out of 5 jobs, 40 jobs. She's got a 4.7 out of 5 rating. This person has 6 jobs, got a 5 out of 5 rating. Right? You can find all sorts of platforms like this where people are self-employed. See their rates here? $10 an hour, $15 an hour, $8 an hour. And they get jobs. Those are legit VAs. And there are people, look at this one. She got 5 stars and 100 jobs. Oh, I need to hire her. Amy H. Right? And they've got people who will write them reviews once they have completed the work. See here? Amy has been an incredible help. This is not the first time that we hired her, always going above and beyond to assist, and so on and so forth. And these are verified people. It tells you what time period she did the job for them. Why doesn't Michelle have that type of reference available to her? You know why? Because she's a damn liar. That's why. And only in the Cayman Islands, you want to come here and insult us, talking about we're racist? Well, you're a fucking liar. How about that? Only in the Cayman Islands can you come to the Cayman Islands. Can you come to somebody else's country and go on as entitled as you are, and you ain't got a pot to piss in and no qualifications to get a job? There's a reason why you have not gotten a job. And it's not because you have any neurological issues. It's not because you're white. It's not because you're an expat. It's because you have no qualifications. Very, very simple. You barely had a job in your own country. Let me be clear. Working at Walmart. Nothing wrong with working at Walmart. That's hard work. I was a customer service manager at Walmart. Right? You weren't even doing that at Walmart. You just said customer service rep. What is a customer service rep at Walmart? That means you were cashier. Stop lying and stop making it out to be more than it is. You were a cashier. I worked at Walmart. I know the Walmart system. It's been a million years now, but I remember it. Okay? If you were a CSM, a customer service manager, you would have put that in your thing. I was in university when I worked at Walmart. They hired me at the CSM level. I've never worked cashier in my life. I knew how to work the cashiers in case I needed to jump in. I managed different departments. Yes, they had me down in the friggin' layaway department, which was the worst one. But honey child, I can see right through this resume. If I call these Moxie people about you, they probably wouldn't even remember. Oh, she only worked for 7 months. We don't know who the hell she is. You see? Don't pull shit in Women in Cayman and then try to insult us about who we are and what we are. Because what you didn't realize is while you're busy doing all of that, there are Caymanians who are sitting there like myself, who was not saying very much in the comment section, because God knows I am not about to pop off in the women's group. And we're taking notes, and lots of people were digging into your background. Oh, the audacity of this woman. Who is she? Now, y'all know I'm the queen of digging. And the last thing y'all want me to do is to really start digging. Because I can get credit reports. I can get phone numbers. I can get addresses. I can verify everything you've been doing. Y'all need to be careful. I'm just saying. Be careful. Be smarter. What did I tell y'all? Marcus Cook. Let's find her. She's American. Michelle, where her last name is again? Merrick. She is from Nebraska. Where she say she's from again? Lincoln, Nebraska. Here we go. Lincoln, Nebraska. Several of them. Can we get an age on her? Based on the fact that she was in high school in 2004, 2009, diploma of education. She's probably not the 43-year-old. Let me see here now. 32. So we have a Michelle P. Merrick, that's 32. And we also have another one they say might also go by Michelle with no last name. Robert, Elizabeth, Jennifer, all family members. Papillion, Nebraska. Hold on. Let's see if we can get a more direct fix on exactly where she would have been. So she's got endorsements all from the husband on LinkedIn. He's the only person who's endorsed her as a building appraiser, helping clients. This is what she claims now, her qualifications on, again, her LinkedIn profile. Yep. And again, the only person who can vouch for any of this stuff is the husband. Administration, customer service, customer relationship manager. Yeah. So bizarre. What happened to her Facebook feed? She must have went and reported us on Facebook because I noticed that dropped down to 30-something people. That's okay, honey child. Y'all will be just fine. Y'all can swap over to YouTube. Right? Listen, you give me half an hour and I can start doing some real serious digging. Word of advice for y'all trifling fools out there who are trying to use this country. Caymanians have had enough. We really have. You need to come honest. You need to come good with proper qualifications. Stop the lies and the hoodwinking and trying to, fool people into giving you employment. This is the Cayman Islands. We're not racist people. We're not xenophobic, right? But we sure can start to smell some bullshit when it's being stirred. And that's exactly what was happening yesterday. I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry that you thought that you could put up this post and we would just take you at your word. And nobody would scrutinize what it is that you actually had to say. Seriously? I'm like, come again? Listen to me. Sue's asking where the husband works. Well, I don't even know where he works because apparently he's been swapping and flipping jobs so much and job hopping since he's been in Cayman that it might take a minute to figure out where he currently works. It's high time in this country that we really kind of set the record straight, all right? In case y'all missed the memo. We're happy to have you here if you're an expat and you've done it the right way. You've come here without a record. You've done so in the right manner. You have not lied on resumes. You've not pretended to be something that you're not. All of those things make a difference. Somebody says, look at who has his work permit term limit is 2030. Expert Consulting Services, that's who has his permit. Who the hell is Expert Consulting Services now? Mm-hmm. My God. You see, y'all are so idle with your lies, huh? You can't even be consistent liars, apparently. You're not very good at it. Good morning, caller. Hello? Are you trying to call the show? Yes, but I'm on air. So I'm asking if you were trying to call the show. Yes. Okay. All right, my dear. Okay, no problem. Okay, all right, thanks. So have a look at this now. Her LinkedIn profile says she's been self-employed, but according to her Facebook profile, like I said, they can lie, but they can't keep the lie straight. She's been unemployed since January of 2021 to present. Which is it? Right? Once again, why are you lying on LinkedIn, trying to pretend that you've been working as a virtual assistant? Like I said, even before somebody sent me this, I'm sitting here going, that can't be the case. She not no virtual assistant. She not got no job. She not working. She not doing nothing. It's obvious that that is not what's happening here. Didn't take a brain surgeon to figure it out. Now we have confirmation in her own hands. Yeah? That she has been gainfully unemployed. This person says, what she said, she doesn't want to be home doing nothing. These people really think that we're effing stupid, or they think we are. 7 months at Walmart qualified her for an entry-level job. To take an entry-level job from a Caymanian, have it make sense. Thank you guys so much for being diligent, sending these across to me. Somebody else says that apparently She cannot go back home because both countries would be raping them with medical bills. That's their reason for coming to Cayman, nothing else. As you can see, healthcare was her main mention when she announced that she's moving to Cayman. That's why they can't go back home. Aha! Let's see. Nice detective work here this morning, honey child. We're gonna promote you to chief superintendent. Okay. Kaboom! Now we getting the goods. Hold on, honey child. Woo! You can join the detective agency with me. You have earned your detective badge today. Look what we have found. Hold on. Let's get it. Just a second. Just a second. Boy, some people love to put their business all over the place. Now, look, yeah. Okay. All right. Let's get it. I think we need to do a bit more digging here after the show, honey child. So when she was responding to people, oops, hold on. Let's get this other one uploaded. When she was responding to people who were like, just go home. I mean, what's the big deal? I can't go home right now. People are like, why can't you go home? What's the problem? Well, let's look at some of the reasons why she claims she can't go home. Oops, hold on. Let me get this other one. Hold on. So she says in this one post that you said I have other places to go, that I can leave Cayman. I cannot right now. Please don't judge other people's situation before you know the full story. I'm not about to go over my entire situation, or maybe at this point you should have. Just know that I have nowhere else to go. You feel bad for people in worse situations. Well, I am one of those people in a really bad situation. I want to work so I can better my situation so I can eventually save up to go back home. I recognize that they're struggling families. I can do literally nothing to help them. Wow. How can you be here and struggling so much? You shouldn't be. Let me be very, very clear to you. You should not be in this country and feel like you're a prisoner here and that you are unable to leave. By all means, somebody explain that to me. What is it? What kind of horrible situation are you in that you're not able to leave? Somebody help me out here. Because this ain't making no sense. What is it about this couple? You come here, you should have a round trip ticket and be permitted to leave at any point. Nobody should be keeping you hostage here. Somebody mentioned, well, Canada has free healthcare. So why wouldn't she be able to leave? I don't know. I'm confused. I'm looking for answers. Right? Carlene goes on to say, I was only assuming if you wanted to go back home, you could. And then talking about we're fed up with this government. Carlene, why are you apologizing? She's not explained to anybody why she can't leave, right? Why she's such in a real bad situation. Don't come to the Cayman Islands, with all due respect. Do not come to the Cayman Islands and put yourselves in a really bad situation and feel like you have to stay here. This is not a communist country. We're not forcing anyone to stay in this country who does not want to stay here. All right? This is just, it's ridiculous. If you are that desperate I'm sorry. But there are things that you can do to get out. Somebody said maybe she's in an abusive marriage. He's the breadwinner. And she's here against her will, but unable to leave him, leave the kids. It doesn't look like they have any children. And yet you're going to allow him to be your reference on LinkedIn? Now, I guess there's Stockholm syndrome and there might be more than we know. I mean, but again, it just doesn't add up. Now, somebody says he looks like he's had his fair share of health issues himself. Here we have a hospital stay. She's starting medication. He had a heart attack and is still in the hospital. You know, here she is in April getting excited that she could even get an appointment to see a doctor. Looking for new medication. She says a test might be covered and I won't have to pay for the visit. These were people who were financially strained and desperate before they even came to Cayman. And this says a lot about their situation as well. I'm sorry, but why are we importing people who are going to be a burden on the system? This one now about being in a serious car accident. She claims that in December of 2018, she was involved in a serious car accident and now has seizures. I haven't had much care. And when my money ran out, so did my care. It's been over a year. I was supposed to sponsor my fiance, but I moved to Canada where he is now sponsoring me. Being patient isn't making my seizures go away. I don't qualify for OHIP until I get a full-time job with an untreated ABI or my PR card, which isn't due here until October. So for the person who said, oh, but she's supposed to get free healthcare in Canada, I need you now to read along, Gabby, and see that there is more than meets the eye here. You can't just jump off a plane with a fiance, even in Canada, as liberal as they want to be, and be like, oh yeah, let me get some free healthcare. Right? So it says here it's coming down to Garth, and I'm having to pay out of pocket for any medical needs that I have, any brain testing, MRIs. We'll have to pay out of pocket if I want treatment until I can get my PR card. So they weren't getting it free in Canada because she didn't have the rights yet. She didn't have permanent residency. People keep telling me to get a job and that it's easy to find a job when you have a disability in Canada. But my disability is going untreated and the seizures are so random and come up so fast that I am a danger to myself and anyone in a potential workplace. I have no idea what to do. What the fuck did she just say? Excuse my language, but y'all know we're in overtime. Say what now? You're a danger to other people in the workplace? You are not able to get a job in Canada? And yet you come to the Cayman Islands and make demands here about your inability to get a job? Y'all have got us confused with somebody who gives a damn in these circumstances. Come on now. No. I bet you didn't tell all that. Why? Why didn't you? My apologies. Why didn't you share all of that information? Right? In your posts, you didn't say, I couldn't get a job in America or I couldn't afford health insurance and I couldn't get a job in Canada. And now I'm here in the Cayman Islands. I can't get a job here either. You see? Y'all see what happens when you pick sense from nonsense? Strong Will says she's going to be running to NAU. I know over my roasted behind. So it seems like it's not just the Cayman Islands where you can't get a job. It was your sense of entitlement that puts you under a microscope this morning. Girlfriend, please stop the nonsense. You're at your wit's end. Be at your wit's end not being able to find a job in 3 different countries? Sure, you're at your wit's end. Go back to Canada. Go back to the United States of America. But you know what this is? Let me break it down for y'all, because some of y'all still not connecting the dots yet this morning. Y'all looking at me like I ain't got no sense. Let me stand up, because I want to make sure y'all can hear me loud and clear. And this is coming from the good old Caymanian belly that I had nothing to eat yet this morning. Someone in Cayman hired this man and gave him insurance. Y'all want to complain about the cost of insurance here in Cayman, but let me tell you something. It's still better than in a lot of these so-called developed and highfalutin countries. So all of a sudden, she could get health care on more than one occasion. She has mentioned, here's another post about mentioning health care. We leave for the Cayman Islands tomorrow. I already have healthcare going in, and we'll be able to go into a doctor as soon as we come out of quarantine. You understand the problem here? All she wanted was to get a health insurance policy. Somebody hired him. And once again, my little brain now, Detective Breen is working in overtime. Did she disclose to her husband's employer in that insurance company this pre-existing condition with these seizures and how she couldn't even get insurance in her own frigging country? I'm just curious. Yes. I wonder how honest she was about that situation as well. Pat says we're importing poverty. Here's the irony of it. A lot of you call into this program all the time, and y'all want to talk about the fact that we're importing poverty into Cayman. And when you say that, you want to look at Jamaicans and Filipinos, talking about we're importing poverty. Let me tell y'all something here this morning. Wake up. Because poverty looks like this. It can be white and blonde, wearing glasses. It's not black. It's not Asian. So when you talk about importing poverty, do not discriminate on people based on where they're from. All right? Yeah. Y'all don't want to admit that, faded Mary Jean, right? Yeah, we importing poverty. Look at the Filipinos. Really? Look at the Americans. Look at the Canadians. Look at the Europeans that we're bringing here that likewise don't have a pot to piss in. And they're only coming here to get insurance coverage, which they can't even get in their own country. Yeah. Let's talk about that. Y'all want to talk about y'all importing poverty. And the only 2 countries you can ever look at is poor Jamaica and the poor Philippines. Good morning, caller.
Morning, Tanya. Thank you, my dear, for bringing to light just one situation that exists in the Cayman Islands as such, okay? Thanks for bringing to the surface. Only God knows how many such situations of people like them is in this island, are in this island, okay?
Yep.
Thank you, and thank God for your intelligence. Bye.
Thank you, my dear. I appreciate the call. You see, I'm telling y'all, they think they're fooling us, and we have got to be wiser. But like I said, Caymanians, we are prejudiced. She was partially right, except she got it wrong. We're not prejudiced against white people. We're not racist like that. We prejudice against Filipinos, and we prejudice against Jamaicans. Because we think, oh yeah, they're the only poor people that are coming here. Shocking and amazing. We need to wise up and, recognize that dangers come in all shapes, sizes, colors, strands of hair color. It don't make no difference. So now that we have some clarity on the situation, Richard says, I pray I live my life so Sandy and her detective agency never have to dig up in my business, right? Richard, I don't think we got to worry about you, honey child. I know your mama taught you better than to be lying on social media, be lying on your LinkedIn profile and all this hot mess of a situation. So now that we understand fully why Michelle can't find a job, every single one of you, I want my expat friends now to pay attention to me carefully. Every single one of you who were in the comment section, who were encouraging her to apply and, check this agency and check that agency. I really hope that y'all got a little bit more sense this morning. She claims she went to Southeast Community College in Lincoln campus. Went to Lincoln Northeast High School. Here's the problem with Southeast. She doesn't even have Southeast Community College spelled correctly. It's missing the H. Not for nothing, but there might be a reason why you don't even have more than a high school diploma. Please fix the name of the school that you supposedly went to, the community college. They might be disappointed to hear that you on your social media profile have their name misspelled. Oh, Jesus, fix it. Mm-hmm. No, honey child. Y'all got to do better. Y'all have got to do better. And you're not fooling me. I don't know what other Caymanians you might have been fooling. So here's what I was going to say to all my expat friends in the comment section. Call this agency. They'll get you a job. Call that agency. Please don't. Because you've been hoodwinked. Hot mess. Good morning, caller.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning,
Sandy,
dear. Mm-hmm.
make sure you don't come where I live because you're not getting in. I am going to make my chat meet you by the door. You're not coming in where I stay.
Lord Jesus.
You won't pull me out. Anyway, I'm not feeling well. You take care now.
All right, feel better.
Okay.
Now look at the fools, right? Somebody said they're telling her to apply at A.L. Thompson's. Miss Berna and Mr. Al T. I hope y'all watch your show this morning. Put that application in file 13. That's the shredder bin. All right. Look out for application Tortuga. What's the young lady over there named Tortuga again? What's the daughter's name? Hamity's daughter. Can't remember her name now. But Madam Hamity, I hear you like to hire expats. Please put this particular application in the file 13 bin. Okay? Not Miss Carlene. She's no longer there, honey child. They went and retired her out of a job, and the younger generation has taken over. What's the daughter's name? Something begins with an M, I think. Anyway, you know your name. Put this one in file 13, okay? No hiring. Let me see here. Good morning. You're amazing, even when you're hungry. Oh, Lord. Just in Miami, heading home. And I say that you have courage and intelligence. Monique, thank you for the name. Good morning, love. Yes, please tell Miss Monique not to hire this one. Because I think her and I need to have a discussion, because I've been hearing about some hiring there over there. And okay. This person says, I can remember the 1980s. People applying for Caymanian status, they had to place a notice with a photo in the Cayman Compass. Note the application. The publication name was Caymanian Compass, not Cayman Compass. And this is no longer the case. We have no idea who's getting her birthright. I keep saying it in regards to politicians. We elect them, but they do not represent us. By the way, speaking of that situation, remember when I was telling y'all about these people, the St. Lucian and Dominican or wherever the heck they're from, trying to take this little Caymanian West Bay baby? I hear now they even want to change the child's name, talking about how they can adopt the child and give the child their name. Let me tell you something. Y'all better get out in these streets and protest about this situation. Hopefully by next week, I will have additional information on that hot mess of a situation. These people, you are not taking that woman's child. She did not want you to have her child. And as a mother, your dying wish is for your child to remain with your own people in West Bay. I'll be damned as a Caymanian if I'm going to sit down and fucking allow them to take this child and to benefit off of having a Caymanian child once again so that they can get immigration status. Y'all gonna really piss me off yet today. Anyway, I'm circling back around to them. Even trying to strip the father of his rights as a father. These people not no good. Talking about they up in church. Church my ass. Y'all wouldn't know Jesus if he walked by and tapped you on your shoulder and kicked you in your behind. Bunch of fake heathens. But you wait. I'm coming for them. I'm not finished with them yet. Anyway, in relation to them, though, you saw how easily they could drop Kathy's name and another minister and other MPs in West Bay? You really think these MPs are looking out for us as Caymanians? When we have processes in place, we have boards in place, and they deny your application for you to be able to get PR. And what do you do as a fucking expat? You can run to our elected officials? Now, y'all know the system is broken. Y'all know the system is broken. That's like me crossing over illegally across the border, and then I'm going to run to Trump and say, Trump, you must help me get status. And Trump can be like, oh yeah, honey, child, I can help you. What the actual F is going on around here? Dropping Kathy's name. Kathy should address that rumor. And not a rumor. The man sent out the message in people in the group for the men. If it ain't true, Kathy, you should have come out and said this man is a goddamn liar. And it don't go so. Huh? Why have you been so quiet? Is it because the man can prove that he's spoken to you? And you were trying to help him with his application? Is that really what's going on around here? Somebody said Trump will accuse me eating cat. Well, I don't eat puss. So let's make sure we got that story straight. He not accused me eating no cat or no dog for that matter. No, sir. Y'all got me up in my feelings here today. I gotta tell you the truth. Something is wrong in this country. When expats are the ones who feel like they can run to our elected officials, our Caymanian officials, about trying to get PR. And they're making promises to them. How can you make a promise to an expat when you can't even keep and make a promise to Caymanians? Huh? I tell y'all, it don't make no sense. Dee says maybe the husband's reason for hopping from job to job is because insurance policy keeps getting exhausted. Well, I don't know. I don't know why they're job hopping, but I can tell you one thing. That is actually against immigration laws. That is a reason to turn down a work permit. So I'm asking once again, the technocrats over at immigration, what are you all doing? Huh? How are you continually giving this man a job and approving a work permit? On what basis are you doing so? Because clearly, the man is not qualified to be getting all these jobs based on our own laws. Y'all ridiculous. Y'all are absolutely ridiculous. They better look at that application here today. That's all I'm gonna tell y'all. Y'all better look at it good. The things that going on in this country, they're just not right. Right? All these jobs. Huh? Now, you know, I got to ask my IT people what's going on. Because I'm curious. And he claims now that he's working on contract full-time for who? Senior engineering, systems engineer at Applied Computer Technologies. Huh? But yet, let me see, who is this company that he's really working for? And let me also address something else here. Caymanians, y'all need to grow some nuts. You hear me? I'm going to tell y'all like how it is now. Because when I say gonads, y'all got to go flipping through the dictionary. You know, what the heck are gonads? What the heck is she talking about? Grow some nuts, huh? Testicular fortitude is a fancy way of saying the same thing. But let me ask y'all a question. Because I keep hearing that somebody mentioned about how Caymanians, again, are part of the problem because we keep giving these people, when they want PR, we keep giving them reference letters. And somebody here said, I can't remember who the hell it was now, oh, if you don't give them a reference letter, they're going to make your job at work hard. Oh, that was, not. Says can't tell people that because they will sabotage your career prospects if you don't give them the reference. Excuse me? Sabotage who? And sabotage what? Your career prospects? Y'all are dumb. Caymanians, stop being stupid. When you give them a reference, that is sabotaging your career prospects. What the hell are you talking about? Because guess what? You don't see the attitude change once they get PR and status. You don't see the fact that you'll never get a promotion. You don't see that it only then that they come in for your job. Huh? Y'all better stand up for yourselves. I hear about it all the time. In law firms, accounting firms, they pressure you to give them a reference. And then when you do so, they turn around and screw you without the 1,000 bottles of lubrication that P. Diddy got. They're not even going to give you half a bottle of lube. Why are you allowing this to happen? Listen to me carefully. Y'all need to be like me. Have a policy of not providing any reference for no expat to get no friggin' PR. I'm sorry. You better get it some other kind of way. You better find a real reference. Oh, but Sandy, did they be pressuring me at work? Make them pressure you and say, I'm sorry, but I have a standard policy across the board. As a matter of fact, these so-called status and immigration boards should stop accepting references from people that work in the same companies. That's a conflict of interest. They're putting undue pressure on Caymanians. If you work at Maples and Calder and you want to get PR status, I don't care what the hell you're trying to apply for, nobody in that organization, nobody should be able to give you a reference. They are conflicted. Immigration or ministers of government start putting some meaningful procedures in place. Change the regulations. Do not allow it to happen. Because I know that if I have heard how Caymanians are being abused, surely you have heard how this reference business, again, has been hijacked by no good people. Because let me be clear. If you're a decent expat and you're here and you've done things the right way and you need your reference letters, there'll be more than enough Caymanians outside of work who'd be jumping up and ready to give you a reference. You only need to go to your coworkers Because you don't know a Caymanian outside of work. That's what the problem is. You've not integrated yourself into the community. You don't have nobody else that can give you a reference. And then as soon as you get it, those same people that gave you the reference are now at your mercy. I know one thing. Y'all need to wake up. Y'all really need to wake up and stop the foolishness. Andrew said Trump would give it to me. Yeah, he'd give me something all right, but not nothing that I'm looking for him. Debbie says this lady is not for real. She only has a high school diploma, not from here, and complain about getting a job here. While some of her children that have university degrees are stressed because they cannot get their foot into the door in their own country. Get real, woman. Unbelievable. Debbie says my belly hurt. What a mess. Siobhan says, like I said, the Cayman Islands should be changed to Playman Islands because it's some 666 game. And we allow it. Miss Juanita says, Sandy, I'm busy cleaning before going back to work, but I love when you are mad. You need a kaboom for yourself. Happy Thursday, class. Cayman ain't for Caymanians anymore. Well, there's no class tomorrow because I'm going to be in somebody else's country being respectful and not looking for any gainful employment. You can believe that shit, right? And so I want y'all to know, stop this negative thinking and this negative, putting this out in the universe that Cayman is not for Caymanians anymore. This is our country, huh? If we're not claiming it, it is no wonder that people feel like they can come in here so easily and take it from us. Not anymore. Good morning. Hello? Yes, I'm on the radio at the moment. He's talking too much and he parked in handicap parking? Oh. All right, now I'm going to tell you something, John, right? Your security, John, let me tell you something. Your security and you work in that building. The owners of that building need to give you the power to do more about these people than just reporting it to CMR. He can't, but I'm just saying, generally speaking, he might be busy, but generally speaking, every time you have someone illegally parking in your parking lot, that's not, we try to help people in the community, but that's not like, we're not here just for your parking lot. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So they need to do something more about it. They need to empower you to stop these people from parking illegally the way that they park. Right? I mean, I get, we try to help people across the board, but we can't, every time it happens for you, you're sending us the pictures. I think there's a limit to what we can realistically do. What a mess. All right. We'll post them up. All right, my dear. Thank you. Okay. Listen, some of these business owners, what they need to do is empower the security officers to do something about it. But they're doing something is contacting CMR every day. Let me see which picture he sent, honey child. Some bus driver now, he said, parking in his spot. Lord have mercy. Hi, how are you? Handicap parking, waterfront, digital parking lot. I mean, okay, Mr. Bus Driver, why are you parking in a handicap spot with your big ass bus? You're not got no respect for the blue spots. Okay. Public transport unit, y'all need to start doing something about these bus drivers who refuse to follow the law. That's the first thing. We'll post them up for you, honey child. But, every time you're messaging us about these people that we don't work for the Digicel building. I don't know who owns the building, but please, can y'all find a permanent solution to these types of problems? Lord Jesus. That will happen when you're good at doing your job, you know. Nobody wants to find a way to do what they're supposed to do. Listen. Let me read some comments, you know. Happens all the time in the private sector where promotions hinge on the unspoken wink, wink, and I scratch your back. Don't do it, Caymanians. This one says, the RAS people think, someone says, now 9:30 a.m. The RAS people think that we were born last night behind the cow's ass when the moon was in eclipse, as them old people from Northside would say. Yeah, that's because we have some really stupid MPs who would give anybody that impression. When they sit down talking about donkeys and moons and all kind of foolishness, you don't think that the expat community is judging all of us based on who we've elected as representatives? I'm sorry, but y'all need to think about that one. Repeat after me. We elect them, but they don't represent us. They should also crack down on serial referees. Yes. Given more than one reference. Yes. That's true. That is very true. Good morning, Sandy. Look at how the expat civil servants changed when Mr. Manderson mentioned term limits for expat workers. They started acting like mice. Oh. Roll them out and roll them over. So she's 32 years old and perhaps want 2 health plans to maximize her benefits. As a friend said to me, if you don't know my children, never been to my house, don't assist me in any way to improve my life, know my struggles, or anything like that, don't ask me for any reference. I agree 1,000%, kaboom. So if she is 32, yes. Hold on. I know exactly which one is her then, honey child. Thank you very much. I soon get that report. Give me 1 second now. Give me 1 second. Lincoln, Nebraska. Now that we got the right one. All right. Okay. Let me unlock that report, honey child. Aye. Okay. We can see exactly what is what, you know. Okay, give me a few minutes. It's processing. Change the narrative, Cayman, is for Caymanians first and foremost. Thank you, Magdalene. Moya says, John, call the traffic police, take a picture and call them. Listen, which make Nancy that is complaining now? Which male Nancy? Jamie is calling for immigration labor reform. Says, no, we fell from coconut trees. That's what they think. Exactly. And the police right there under the tree sitting down. Oh, Lord Jesus. All right, let me see here now. They're both scamming us. Probably neither one of them qualify for anything, and that's why he can't keep a job. They both are probably unqualified. Wonder if any of his documents or qualifications are real either. Well, child, they don't want me to go that far and start calling and verifying that now. This person said, you must have known that I was going to call in about the LeBlancs and our MPs assisting them. Try and hush about them. This person says, yes, it's $3,500 for the first dependent and $500 for each additional dependent. Maybe he's not job hopping, but getting fired. Either way, they shouldn't allow it. Well, she's not the first expat to come here to get a job, to not be able to get a job, honey child. He's mentoring her crutch. Oh my God. And then they say that man can't speak English too good. You sure two of them not criminals in the US and Canada? If they last for 8 years, they'll apply for PR and then become Caymanians. No, sir. Are they even legally married, says another person. If you can't get a job in Canada, that's bad because Canada takes anyone. This person says. Oh my God. So somebody says, I would like to remain anonymous, but I was in a mental health group with her. And she stated she moved here with her husband due to her medical issues, and he couldn't find any work for 2 years before they came here. Why am I not surprised? And why am I not surprised? You know, because we're so stupid. Did anybody here, including his employers, have a look at the gaps in his resume on LinkedIn? I bet you he lied about that too. Getting some friend to give him a reference. Because according to this, he was employed at OT Group Managed Services up until June of 2021 when he came to Cayman. So if what you're saying to me is he wasn't employed for 2 years, why does his LinkedIn claim that he was? The LinkedIn profile shows no gaps in employment. But trust me when I tell you, these people be lying. Yes, on their LinkedIn profile. Same way he lied. She lying too. Wow. I can't make this stuff up. All right, let me see what we got here on her now. Yes, she had an address there on 10th Street in Lincoln, Nebraska. We have 1 criminal and traffic record. Yes, sir. All of her relatives and associates. Oh, it's just a speeding ticket that she had. All right, she pled guilty to that one. No property. Doesn't own anything. Yeah, boy, we can find him. Has a Hotmail address. Gmail. Somebody, John. Right. 7 addresses. Let me see how often she moved around because from 2018, she moved a lot. So we have an address in 2018 off of 26th Street, one off of apartment 24 for the following year. And then she moved again. Grandview Avenue apartment. Then 26th Street. Driftwood Drive. All over the place. Single family home in West Lincoln. Assessed value $7,600. Where can you get a house for $7,600 in America? for a single family home. Wow. Brandon and Brooke now live at that address? I hate to tell you, but this is probably not the caliber of people that we need to be importing into the Cayman Islands. I'm just saying. What a mess. Folks, we're in a hot mess in this country. And the quicker our expat friends figuring out now that we're not so stupid, the more that they're going to try to be more conniving, and they're going to try to hoodwink us even more with all these different profiles and stuff. And Damien says that they only bother to do background checks on Caymanians, we need to get it together. Shioma says all roads lead to Cayman, all undesirable, all criminal leads to Cayman. We have so many uneducated people, too many sellouts, lawmakers, period. Should that have been lawbreakers? Sellout lawmakers. Oh, or MPs, yes. Our own government slackness is creating a welfare and mentality. Oh, Natasha. Girl, you know I was thinking it. I'm just not trying to say it. She says, screams trailer. If y'all know, y'all know. Not trying to discriminate, but yes. And you know what that means, Natasha. Let me DM you what I'm thinking, because I might insult some other people. Not that we care, but anyway, you know what I'm thinking, honey child. Yes. Oh yeah. Take that. This person says, but this is a man that can support her. GTFOH. Lord God. Now we see why employment is needed. For real, for real. Okay. He probably barely making or taking home the $3,500 after they take out all this health insurance money. Let me look up the company while I'm at it. Hold on here now. Because he's not working for no big time people here in Cayman. Dado.capital.ky, Jam K Consulting Services, Expert Consulting Services Limited. Expert Group. Let me see who they are. Who are these people? Limited company. Record last updated in 2017, Georgetown. They're close to Amelia's Kitchen, Halfway Pond. That's where they're located? Company profile. Let me see. Oh, this claims that this can even tell me who the directors of the company are. Okay. Y'all know we're going to be doing some more digging. What a mess. When you open Pandora's box, honey child, all I can tell you, it coming. All right. It's kind of crystal clear. Somebody said it's not even a double wide. It's a single wide. Trust me. Trust and believe. Y'all now understanding what kind of home you can get for $7,600. Shit. I can't even get a pickleball court for that. Yay. me try and come off this show today. Oh, God. Jesus, please help our MPs to have better sense. Help our legislators to get their shit together, because God knows they really need it. Help the administrators rubber stamping and approving these work permits to start to look a little bit closer. Seriously? Oh my God. Marjorie says one important thing, profiling these two people this morning, does it make us wonder how many more we have here like this? Yeah, we should be wondering. We should all be scared right about now, girl. Right? And the level they go to deceive us, our government needs to step up their game. They need some help from the Mossad. Listen, if we could find all this information online in tutus, I'm telling you, WORC needs to do a better job vetting people coming into this country. Don't take them at their word, because their word means nothing. Yes, Mary, we mentioned that already this morning. They need to stop allowing Caymanians in their own workplace to give them references. You know it not says, have a look at his history at ITO. Reasonably certain he was pushed out the door for dishonesty, FYI. Anybody surprised? Anybody surprised? If you can lie and pretend like you given your own wife an independent reference talking about her skill set to try and help her get a job, because now she's gone and posted online that she's looking for employment, y'all know the problem. The woman not qualified for nothing, okay? And being up under you is not a qualification, the last time I checked, for gainful employment in the Cayman Islands. No, sir. Caymanians, I'm telling you all, wow. Wow and wow. If they can lie online, what else they not lying about? She says that she's a bubbly, hardworking person looking for the right opportunity. I have experience in customer service and CRM, office administration, and document creation, editing, and publishing. I currently reside in the Cayman Islands, and I'm looking for either local work or remote work. She can't even find work remotely. I can legally work in Canada or the USA. If you're seeking my services in the Cayman Islands, I will require a work permit. Okay. So, remote work is one of the easiest things to probably get your foot in the door, because you just set up your company, like I said, go on these websites and start selling your services. She can't even do that. Lord Jesus, take the wheel. Take the bus. Just take the whole bus. Magdalene says, dig deep. They don't. They need to go through those files. Robert says, no. Keep going because you're not here tomorrow. Don't be selfish and damage your mental health. Oh, Lord. Shioma says this island is in a mess. Too many uneducated MPs. People vote wisely. Come 2025 or Caymanians will perish. Vote for new MPs. Well, be careful now, because not everything that new is going to be worthy of your vote either. Some of these new ones coming here with a bunch of cockamamie same way. And you're throwing out one with a little bit of experience for one who has no experience, new, don't have a job, looking a job, desperate to get that kind of MP money, and bring nothing meaningful to the table. This is a problem. Just because you knew, that's not a qualification. Just because you are youthful, that in and of itself is not a qualification. We need to demand more of our elected officials. And more than good, sweet, fancy words, because as we can see, that doesn't get us anywhere. Strong Wilt says, tell her to check the barber shops. They're looking for barbers Well, she not qualified to be a barber either, so they can't hire her. All right, honey child. Hi there, read the meds in Zim. I'm in touch with top pharmacist here. Is the patient in question called who? Is this relating to this topic? Somebody said to check her comments here. So, I mean, yeah, she was obviously very, very, Lord Jesus, here we go. A little bit more, Robert. Mm-hmm. Wow. Really? Seems like we need to be watching them for other reasons. Foster's not hiring her. No. Would it be trying to help y'all, Caymanians, and hire y'all, but y'all go there and don't want to do your job. All right, have a look at this, sus. Even more now coming out. So here's her having conversations with people back in June when she was coming to Cayman. And again, they came here because apparently he could get a job. He couldn't get a job in his own country. So she replied to Twyla and said, you know, he being laid off actually kind of worked in my favor. Laid off? Well, wait a minute, you know. What you say? Because once again, Garth's LinkedIn profile. Hold on. Let me see when he was supposedly laid off. Let me see here now. I don't see where he was laid off. How could he be laid off when his resume said? Boy, y'all got to come better than this now. Something, the math not mathing. Something not adding up, honey child. According to his LinkedIn, he came, straight here, left that job in June and started a job here in June. But he's changed jobs a lot, even when he was overseas. He was with IBM for 2 years and 1 month, and then went to Molson Coors Canada for 1 year and 1 month. Then went to IT support at WSIB for 1 year and 1 month. And then went somewhere else for 2 years, IBM. Then went somewhere else for 2 years. Then somewhere else for, well, this one he lasted a little while, 6 years at British Columbia Regional Operations Manager for IT Services. And then he left there with somebody else for a year and 9 months. Somewhere else for a year and 7 months. Somewhere, what? 5 months. He has a very lengthy history of moving from one job to the next, y'all. Not just in Cayman, but even when he's overseas. So she says that he was laid off. And it kind of worked in his favor because I think she meant unemployment insurance helped me save to move. I really wanted to rub that in Angela's face, but I left it alone. I miss you and hope that you're doing well. Who the hell's Angela? Angela might have something to tell us. Angela, come on through, honey child. Okay. Then goes on to say, I hope you see this. I would like to remain anonymous. I was in a mental health group with her, and she stated she moved here with her husband due to her medical issues, and he couldn't find any work for 2 years before they came here. The husband is very creepy. He watches her every move, and if she moves, he moves. It's like she can't be her own person. The groups were private, and he invaded that privacy by refusing to leave. Wow. Creepy much? Oh, could be so much more going on here with them. I wonder if that's what she means when she says she can't leave. There's divorce court. OMG. Shaka Zulu says, does Cayman have a department agency responsible for clearance and background checks? Well, WORC is supposed to be doing that. But I don't know. They might have to hire an external agency, and I got a couple people they can hire that obviously know how to do proper research. No, sir. Anyway, this was not supposed to be the topic. I was going to talk about it all today. 2 days in a row. Now I can't get to that topic about sexual predators, but we'll eventually get there because unfortunately they're not going nowhere. They're everywhere. Lord Jesus. Liz Linwood says, I've learned a good lesson today. I've learned how dangerous it is to post your information. It can big you up or put you down and take your family with it too. I'm starting to feel sorry for her. Well, you shouldn't feel sorry for her, especially knowing that she's lying and using the system. You can put out as much information, Liz, as you want if you're an honest person. When you're not an honest person and you're lying about your credentials, you're lying on your LinkedIn, and that doesn't match up other stuff that you've said and posted on social media. Why would you feel sorry for someone who has proven themselves to be a liar and who's crooking the system and who is entitled and demanding that they should get a job here in Cayman when they were living in a $7,600 trailer home in Nebraska? You'd be feeling sorry for them because of what reason exactly? Kind of curious. Shaka Zulu says, you mean to tell me Cayman doesn't have IT certified folks that can fill an IT job that he was initially hired for? High school graduates can fill that role. Well, I wouldn't say high school graduates. You need to actually have some qualifications in IT. But there's a lot going on here that, again, makes me question. We started down this rabbit hole because she opened Pandora's box, Liz. Nobody wasn't paying her no mind. She could have remained quiet in her little corner. But she decided to post the self-entitled post, call Caymanians racist. And I'm sorry, but I have to go to bat for our own people. You don't call us racist. What do you know about racism? From personal experience, you might know a thing or two, but do not put that on us as a people. You're feeling sorry for her? She's at her wit's end trying to find a job here. Was she at her wit's end when she couldn't find a job in Canada and America, two separate countries? Was she at her wit's end then? Why is it so hard for me to find a job? Why was it so hard for you to find a job before you came to Cayman? Why are you putting this on us? Like this is an issue for us. Right? You're a people's person with experience in customer service and reception. Plus more. What more? That's a bold-faced lie. There is no more. That's all you would be, quote unquote, I'm going to use this very, very loosely, big open quotations. That's all you are qualified to do. You ain't qualified to do nothing else. Plus more, my ass. There's no more. Your LinkedIn profile, you're talking about you're a sanitation worker. Yeah, that's called being a maid in a hotel. Nothing wrong with that job, but just claim it. All right? You claim you're a student at UCCI, but then later on in the comment section, you go on to say that you're not even a current student at UCCI. You see? You're talking out of both sides of your mouth, and you are confusing people. That's why people were confused from the onset. Oh, I'm not really a student right now. I took some courses last year, but then I missed the registration deadline. Really? You ain't doing jack shit, and you can't even focus enough to not miss the registration deadline for classes? But yet, Caymanians are the ones who are racist and xenophobic and don't want to hire white people or don't want white expats getting a job. No, honey child, that's not what's going on here. Let's call a spade And the real reason you can in one post say that you're a student at UCCI, the next post talking about how you miss a deadline, so now you have to wait for winter classes. And no, it's not adding up. None of it is adding up. You're not consistent with the things that you have said. You claim you're trying to get a degree in social sciences. Somewhere else, you claim that you're working on a degree to become a nurse. It's like, what? Which is it? On LinkedIn, you claim, right? And then you claim that my first step is an associate of science and then a bachelor of nursing. That's not the same thing as social sciences. You see how stupid Caymanians can be? When we sit down and look at this stuff, do y'all know what a social science degree is? That is different from the sciences, and it's certainly different from nursing. There's just too much that was wrong with this post. Too many red flags, as CC would say. Okay? You've said in the past that you can't work because you have these seizures, and that puts you as a major liability at your employer's office. But if that's the case, then how are you expecting to get a job in Cayman? You said you're being honest about it, but how honest are you actually being? You say, people keep telling me to get a job. These are your own words. This looks like this was some kind of GoFundMe situation, donation protected, right? So you're on GoFundMe asking for money. People keep saying that you should get a job. Okay. But yes, here's the GoFundMe page. I knew I'd find it. Uh-huh. Only raised 110 Canadian dollars. Right. Our WRC, they're not researching people, not at all. But you're a danger to yourself and anyone in a potential workplace. Why again are people going to hire you in the Cayman Islands? Are you no longer a danger to people in a potential workplace? I'm confused. Yeah, Shaka Zulu, but you see, once again, because they look at us and think that we're simple people, they don't think that we know the difference between a social science and a nursing degree and a science degree. Because we look awfully simple, don't we? So they think. Somebody says she's still commenting after all that. Child, listen. Clearly, this woman doesn't know how to get out of her own way. And that's why I laugh when somebody says, you know, why, how is it that y'all feeling sorry for her? She's making her own situation very much in the public domain. Someone said the same thing I said. I knew it had to be for medical reasons. We're the land of gold when it comes to healthcare. I was just thinking about how to set up an external agency to run background checks for WRC, because obviously they're not doing their jobs. I would love to do it because WRC needs help and less corrupted people involved. Somebody says that man ain't qualified. Hubby resume looks good on paper, but you can't back it up. So after these Cayman entities employ him, they find out that he don't know shit. And I suspect the exact same thing as well. As someone who's married to an IT professional and know just a little tips about the world of IT, I can tell you that his qualifications do look awfully suspect as well. Now, to be fair, in the world of IT, you don't necessarily need to have a diploma as such. A lot of them operate off of different IT qualifications. And a lot of times you need to make sure you're keeping those up to date. So I do see he has the CCNA, which is an important one. That one is expiring next year. So to be fair to him, he does claim that he has that. That's a Cisco Certified Network Associate Routing and Switching. That's important. He claims to have VMware Certified Professional. Data Visualization, that was issued in 2019. That's probably already expired because a lot of these things expire after a certain amount of time. He's got MCSE, messaging and productivity. So these are just short courses that he takes, like short IT courses, and sits the respective exams. Nothing in theory wrong with that. But I noticed that some of his things have actually expired. So his VCP VMware, that expired in 2017. CompTIA Network Plus, that's expired. Well, it was issued in 2000. That's now 24 years later. He has A+. So it's a hot mess and then some. I would suggest that WRC perhaps looks very, very carefully at their file again, because it looks like he'll be putting up for a new work permit soon, and y'all better look carefully. Somebody says, yeah, we don't feel sorry for them. How about don't post lies that can be proven? No work, no pay, no stay. This person says, I bet the Mall Road peeps would solve all these unsolved murders. Matlock got nothing on us. Ay. This person, oh my God, I can't read that one on air. Plus, only Caymanians would get that one, I think. Mm-hmm. All right, folks, that's all she wrote. So listen, you know. Says you there giving us a free research skills and methods class today. TBLS and RCIPS need you on board. Lord have mercy. I tell you. Ay. Anywho, hopefully they'll pay attention. Here's another feisty one. Nina Siobhan. This one said, sorry, Siobhan, but you are bang out of order with this comment. There is nothing ill-represented arriving as a dependent and when in Cayman wanting to work, and that is a legal right based on this. If you have a problem with the law, attack your government, not this poor lady. Siobhan said, sorry you feel that way. Clearly you missed the part that said in IMO, in my opinion, and the other part that said, where she said this isn't a dependent or work permit holder's problem, but a legislative issue that Caymanians, as the voting person, needs to address. Perhaps if disclosed at the application process that the dependent intends to seek work, the application would have been looked at with more consideration. And I think that that's about right as well. This person says, check Reddit post for Cayman and see how they're getting through a recruiting agency over there. Ay. All right. That's it. I'll be seeing you all on Monday. Morning. We're off tomorrow. And y'all try to be good. It's Friday, so there will be no Turn Up Friday episode. Soka says, I don't know why people stay in Cayman without a job. They certainly can't enter one without it, except as a visitor. Well, she has clearly said, Soka, that they can't even afford to leave, which I don't even know what that means. I'm assuming, again, it probably comes down to the whole healthcare situation that they leave, they don't have any healthcare there, and she obviously needs that. But didn't she say somewhere, but she can't even buy a ticket or something? We can fundraise for you. That's worth setting up a GoFundMe for. A one-way ticket out of here. Folks, please have a safe and good weekend. See you guys on Monday morning. No drinking and driving over the weekend. You guys know this. No flipping your cars. Accidents would be nice for a change. Strong Will says take Sherry Ann off the board and put Sandy on. Well, Chris Saunders put her there, and he offered me any board position I wanted, and I turned him down. I don't want to be on a board. You might want to take her off for other reasons, though. For example, the fact that she's actually been selling for $700 a pop. People pay her to get their stuff listed over immigration because she walks over there flaunting her behind and telling people how she can get work permits listed and approved. ACC, y'all need to stop looking into some of these board members. That's all I'm going to say, because that's a known fact that somebody got their palm greased with big $700. Not that that's a pile of money, but still, how many people have that happened to? This is who our MPs are putting on boards, very unscrupulous individuals. And they know that they're unscrupulous. You know how they know that they're unscrupulous? Because they haven't to pay them to support them. So if you have to do that to get support, you know that person can sell you and sell their country and everything else under the table. Don't get me started on that one, because that's a whole other show. And we gonna turn the hell up on that one. Because once again, our own people, Caymanians, as multi-generational as they want to be, are the ones who are screwing up this country. Are the ones who would go to an administrator and said, list this work permit for this person, pretending like they got power because the person has paid them $700 under the table. And that foreign worker is afraid to speak out about what equates to fucking bribery in this country. But the RCIPS and DPP got time for me talking foolishness about John Felder and that fucking crook. Y'all looking at the wrong people a lot of times when it comes to shit that happening in Cayman, I can tell you that. Make no two bones about it. You all sit there about she don't know Alden. Oh, I don't know Alden. I just know him and his sisters grew up on Crew Road. Well, Alden's PP don't say that he don't know you. And you yourself are going around talking about how y'all tumbling in the sheets. And that's why you were pissed off at him last election. Why do y'all lie? Why do you all lie? I keep telling y'all, just keep your fucking mouth shut. People know your business. But listen, everybody got skeletons. Nobody not gonna say nothing until you start lying and sending out these things in your groups. But I got nothing against Alden. I don't know him really. I think that's not the case, not at all. You pissed off at Alden when he cut you off from the ding-a-ling. What are you talking about? You don't know Alden. Really? Y'all not ready for that discussion, honey child. And some of them are like professional prostitutes when it comes to these MPs. Everyone taking a turn with them. Yep. All they got to do is give them a couple dollars, honey child. And they make themselves available. Political whores in more way than one. Yep. That's why they can get up in their groups and be trying to defend foolishness. Because they've been bought, flipped over, back ways and front ways, and used. I don't give a damn if you're family. If you're not got no scruples, you're not got no scruples. Okay? In the meantime, these are the same people. Our MPs, political favors. They're not putting the most qualified people on boards. They're putting people for political favors so they can get free lunch once a week whenever they have board meetings. They can get paid a couple of dollars in their pocket, right? Because half the time they don't want to work real jobs. And those are the people who get in there and still selling us down the proverbial river. And you know the joke about it? In their groups, they're the same ones every tutus. Be jumping up, but these fucking expats coming Cayman and Caymana for Caymanians and blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. Seriously. When you yourself is selling us down the river, making people pay you to get work permits listed and approved. Huh? How you not talking that when you're talking about Cayman for Caymanians? When you're hoodwinking those poor people from Saiba, from Banaka, and all them places there to come Cayman, right? You're not gonna work from, and you're taking out work permit, and you're selling. You part of the work permit selling work permit thing. When you have those types of infractions about you, and WORC know that, and then you turn around and get placed on a board, and MPs have received those complaints. That is who our ministers are putting on boards, and y'all really have the audacity to talk about Caymana for Caymanians? Caymanians not for Caymanians? Caymanians clearly not even for themselves. Because for public attention, they say one thing, and then behind barely closed doors, closets wide open, they are doing something else. They themselves are taking advantage of the immigration system. They themselves are breaking laws, charging people to put in permits from. You think people don't know your business? Come again. How many of you have entered into these fraudulent marriages? How can it be that their cousins, sisters, and brethren, 2 weeks before you get married to some fool from Banaka, you were in a relationship and screwing one other man, so much so that when you invite your cousins to the wedding, everybody confused because you were like, wait a minute, who the hell this is you getting married to? This is not a man you were just with. You try and hush your mouth. I could try and use him because he can build stuff around the house, and he have to give me money every month. And then you talk about Cayman, not for Caymanians. You're part of the fucking problem. You write it not for Caymanians, thanks to sell out Caymanians like yourself. Every single one of you who've entered into these marriages of convenience need to take a long, hard look in the mirror. When you cannot get a job, stop your meowing and your pion and your complaining. Because think of the multiplier effect, right? You did it. Another 1,000 people like you did it. And then you let them get status. And then they open up their own businesses. And then they're competing with Caymanians. And then they don't want to hire Caymanians because they can look out for their own. They got more sense than you. Because they're looking out for their own people. And then they hoodwinking the system. And they doing this and that. And then you still complain about it? You're part of the problem. You are part and parcel. You are not part. You're creating the problem. Truth be known. Yeah? Seriously. Enough is enough. I'm telling y'all straight up. Enough is enough. And we need to start calling out our own people. Y'all can say whatever you want about expats, right? They can't come here and do what they do unless we allow them to do so. And our people are not just allowing it, but we are part of the problem. We're active participants. And that shit has got to stop. It's silly season coming up here now. I can tell you all that. All sorts of things happening behind the scenes. My sinuses are starting to get a little bit irritated, but you all say not the only thing to get irritated around. Yeah. Let me also say this. There's some elected officials who claim that they're not running. And they're not running, and now they're going to come and tell you who to vote for in their place because they can put family members, children's, friends, this one, that one in their seat. When did it become the type of country that you get elected and it is almost like a communist regime? This is what they do in places like, is it North Korea? Where King Kong Young Feng Zhang Ying Yang, Kim Jong or whatever the heck his name is, he comes out and tells you who to vote for. I'm thinking, when I hear stories like this, I had to like do a double take and say, what? Come again? That is what part of what is going on in the world of politics. People feel now like they have an entitlement to elected office. They're the dons of the, I mean, it's just like, what? So now your whole family must become MPs from one generation to the next with this sense of entitlement to political office just because your father was an MP for 15, 20, 25 years and ran things? Boy, we got some serious problems around here. You're not going to be judged on your own merit and your qualifications. Instead, you're going to get a position, literally get votes, because who your papa is. And he had go around and tell people must vote for you because y'all voted and liked me, so therefore she's an extension of me. No. What does she bring to the table? Her own ideas, her own qualifications, her own... Oh, no. They don't expect you to put any of that to the test. You see the degradation of our system? You see how low we are going? And it's going to get worse until the people of Cayman decide to stand up. When I say the people of Cayman, don't confuse me now. This is not the women in Cayman. This is Caymanians. Understand me? Until you all stand up and be counted and say enough of this foolishness, we're not doing this anymore. We're going to have criteria, credentials. You know, we want to hear in solid form what your plan and ideas are. Cheap sound bites is not enough, Chris Saunders. 5-month-old, what it is, fruit cakes is not enough. The turkeys and the hams, not enough. Giving somebody fill for their land is not enough. Because what y'all are selling in exchange for that is your children's future. Your future, whatever you got left, your children's future and their children's future and their children's future. And at some point, it's not going to be recoverable. So stop it. You don't need any handouts from any you or any politician or any MP in this country. Blessed is he who has his own. Get up and work. You're able-bodied. Caymanians are smart, intelligent, hard-working people. Nothing wrong with us. Sometimes you just need a door to be opened, an opportunity to prove yourself. All we need is for MPs to create an environment where we are getting those opportunities. Every time you beg for a personal and individual handout, you're also part of the problem. You hurt this community under the guise of, oh, you looking for a handout yourself. What do you? If you can get up and work, you have skills, and I don't care what those skills are. If it could, oh, I know how to clean good, and I can fold a tablecloth or whatever, you can work in hotels. If I know how to deal with people and how to speak people, yes, they're looking for people with good customer service skills. Get out there and work. Stop being over-reliant on the system. It is a disgrace when I hear some people with this begging mentality all the fucking time. Oh, you know, my government, well, my government, you know, they better support me because I'm a Caymanian. No, stop the nonsense. You're tearing this country down with that kind of mentality. It's ridiculous when people be feeling like, oh, they should be given something just because they're a Caymanian. Go look at the NAU tab, the price that we're paying to have lazy ass Caymanians who want to sit down. Some of them sitting down smoking weed in front of babies all day, drinking, doing nothing. And they're able-bodied, not doing. Some of them not too sensible, but they can still work. They can still get some kind of work. We have lost the pride of our nation, right? Before, you could hardly find Caymanians that you could give anything to. No, they were ashamed to take it, right? They didn't want nobody to know. Now y'all are so bold. Y'all setting up GoFundMe accounts on social media, begging all over the place, sending out messages. Oh, Sandy, can you post this for me? I'm begging this and begging that. I'm like, wow. Y'all don't want a helping hand up. Y'all just looking for a handout constantly. But can still find time to go get nails done, hair done, bonky done, this and that. Can still find time for no good men to be entertaining them too. Listen, we got to attack our issues from a 360 approach all over, right? Expats are not, and I've said this before, they're not our biggest issue. We, as Caymanians, look in the mirror now, take some accountability for your actions. We are a large part of the problem. We're our biggest problem. Everything from not prioritizing education, from entertaining lazy people who don't want to work, from not teaching our young girls to stop going out there opening up your legs to these boys who don't mean you no good, who want to have 10, 15, 20 children that they know they can't take care of because they only got a high school diploma themselves, right? From telling our young girls that, oh, you can't get your tubes tied because you need a father or a man to prove that to you. There's so many policies and ways of thinking and initiatives that we have in this country that are detrimental to us. And unfortunately, we have MPs who are not going to tell you these things. They're not going to have these real conversations with you because they're trying to get your vote. And in order to get your vote, my God, they can't seem to be insulting you because apparently the cold hard truth is an insult. When you tell people the truth, they get upset. Well, she's insensitive. Right. What a hot mess. This person says, Madam, stop calling them people expats to make them feel special. Them as immigrants. Same word used for any of us who enter their country and tried to demand rights to stay permanently. What a hot mess. Am I going to believe Sherrianne or her lying pom pom? That thing got more wood. Y'all trying to behave now. That forest has trees. Lord Jesus, Lord have mercy. That's all I can respond to that one and say, because, sometimes the truth is what it is. But anyway, folks, I got to go. It's almost midday. Lord Jesus, 11:30. Well, y'all never stop me. I better go and get to work so I can pay my bills because nobody not paying my bills. Despite what little Hunter Kleeman, CUC, don't pay my bills. I had to pay one bill the other day. I was like, Jesus. But it's my own fault because the AC people said, oh, you have more than one unit that not running efficiently. You better look at replacing some of these units. I said, oh, Jesus. They said, yeah, that thing might claim it's a 14 SEER, but when it's not running optimally because what a metal stuff called again that's outside the copper, whatever. When that's not working properly, that's old and degraded now and whatever, it's acting more like a 10 SEER unit. And you're not getting good, usage out of that. It's overworking to just keep the temperature at the same temperature. I said, yep, it's the same thing I be telling people. So I got to save up some money now to try and replace my AC units here probably by next year. What a hot mess. Yeah, I'm hungry. Hangry. Ay. All right, folks. Have a good day. Like I said, I'm not here tomorrow, so I will definitely miss y'all. But I'll think about you when I'm walking up and down the streets of the big city. Maybe I'll go to Red Lobster and think about y'all at Red Lobster because my stomach's starting to growl now. Oh, yeah, I can think of that. Oh, I miss Boston Market so much. Oh, God. I could go for a little leg and thigh now at some mac and cheese at Boston Market and some of their nice little cornbread. I loved me at Boston Market. Oh, the food memories, as my aunt always says. She's like, you got more food memories than anything. And I said, that's right, honey child. So definitely Cheesecake Factory. Oh, I love their beet salad. Oh my God, so good. Definitely Red Lobster. Where I need to find, can I tell y'all in Tampa, I found this place called, oh man, what's it called again? It's called, oh my God, it's so good. Oh man, they don't have them. Apparently there isn't one in Miami. They might be getting one in Fort Lauderdale. Oh God, my stomach is really growling now. Hold on. Let me see. What's the name of that restaurant again? Oh man, I have to call cousin Mark and ask him. Oh, I can't remember the name of it now. I just want to tell y'all. Hold on, cousin Mark. Hold on. Oh, no answer. Oh man, hold on. What's the name of that restaurant again that I loved so much? Oh my God, it's so good. They have one in like California. I think they have a couple in California. Let me ask Maria. Oh, their food is the bomb. Definitely. Thebomb.com. It's a good thing that they probably don't have them in let me see here now. Let me see. Oh, yeah, our cousins took us there the first night that we got into Tampa. And I was like, oh my gosh, the soup, the salad, everything. The steak, everything was amazing. Oh, my tummy grumbling. Anyway, I can get the name of it. Something. Kevin, did I tell you the name of this restaurant? Let me see if Kevin might know. I think I might have mentioned it to Kevin as well. Somebody got to help me out here. Hold on. Let me call Kevin. Hopefully he might not have taken his lunch break yet. Hold on. It's so good. Oh my God. Hey, Kevin. Morning. What was the name of the restaurant I mentioned to you that's in Tampa that I really love? The one that you said will break you if you eat there too often? Break the bank? Yes. Close International Mall. Oh my God. Clearly I need to try the shrimp too. Oh, something. It's like 2 or 3 names. My stomach is growling now because I'm hungry. No, something. Oh man, I can't remember. You know, I looked them up trying to find the other locations, and they said like coming soon to Fort Lauderdale. There's one in Houston. Hold on, let me see if I can. Oh man, I can't remember. Okay, let me see if I can find restaurants by International Mall in Tampa. Let me see. Oh, it is so good. It's right next to Ocean Prime. Yes, that's it. Oh my God, thank you. Oh, yes. Oh my God. Oh, you guys hear my stomach? Do you hear it? It's actually growling for real. It's like, rrr. Oh, This Ocean Prime place. Why didn't y'all tell me about these people? Food is off the chain good. Oh my God. I had some calamari and I could eat some of this right now. I'm looking at their pictures online. Oh, amazing. Damn. I had this cake called, what was it? Some kind of something cake. Oh yeah, this is it right here. This is the cake. Oh my God, my poor stomach is like, please feed me. Oh, it looks so good. We need one of these in Miami, please. Please, Ocean Prime. It's so delicious. They got New York, Las Vegas, Beverly Hills, Tampa, and no Miami. I'm like, really? Apparently, there's a few in Florida. Naples has one. Oh, I wonder if I could drive to Naples. Fort Lauderdale says coming soon. Why? Hurry up and open up. So the other locations in Tampa, I think, are coming soon. Sarasota? Oh, man, I tell you, their food is so good. Opening soon, Fort Lauderdale, Nashville, and Sarasota. So they're not even open. Tampa and Orlando has one. New York, Naples, Las Vegas, Kansas City, Indianapolis, Detroit, Denver has two, apparently. Dallas, Chicago, Boston, and Beverly Hills. Check it out if you've never been there. All the food is good. All kind of food. It's like a full menu, Simple C, of like amazing stuff. Seafood, steaks, cocktails, the works. Oh, I'm so hungry now. Oh, Lord. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Oh, yeah. They're going to be opening 3 locations this summer of next year. Oh, Sarasota is supposed to be late 2024, so that one's not open yet. Oh, man, their food is good. I tell you, it's good. I'm not kidding. They got everything. Appetizers. Oh, the goat cheese ravioli. Oh, off the chain. What else did I have? I'm trying to remember what else I had. I tried they've got like sushi, a whole sushi section, soups and salads. So I had I think it was a Chris Iceberg wedge, which is like candied bacon, marinated tomatoes, pickled onions, minus onions, blue cheese, Cabernet buttermilk dressing. No. I had the Ocean Prime house salad because that has the granny apples. I love apples and goat cheese and walnuts and cherry mustard vinaigrette, romaine lettuce. Oh, yes. And then I had the lobster bisque. Very, very good. Then they have a whole chef specialty. So they have like salmon, tuna, Parmesan crusted chicken Caesar, crab wedge, sushi salad, poke bowl. They do a couple like sandwiches, crab meat melt, Maryland crabby melt, a Sakura Wagyu cheeseburger. I don't know, but it's all good. Shrimp linguine, braised short rib dip, crispy chicken sandwich. Then you can do like the sides. Black truffle mac and cheese. Oh my God. It is to die for. And the dessert. Oh, what was that dessert called again? Some kind of butter cake or something, but okay, I need to go eat. I'm done. All right. Thank you guys so much. Yes, I need to go to New York soon. I need to go to Panama. Cayman Airways, we need to talk about some traveling next year. Honey child, I'm in the mood. I need to go back to New York. I need to go to Panama. Although Panama, something I ate in Panama did not agree with me. So last time I was there, that's been over 10 years now. But anyway, I remember the episode. But yes, let's talk, Cayman Airways. Y'all looking for a travel influencer? That's me. I'll take trips and tell people all about it. Faith says, since you're giving me a menu, I'm ordering something. Waitress! Okay, it's lunchtime. Y'all have a beautiful day. Please have a safe weekend. Be blessed. I will see you guys on Monday. All right, God's willing. Okay, honey child. Take care. Toodaloo.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.